The Global Speakers Federation is the premier organization connecting and supporting professional speakers associations worldwide. With 17 member associations spanning around the globe, GSF ensures that every corner of the speaking world is represented and heard. If you are part of an association, you are not just a member, you are part of a worldwide network that amplifies your voice. Under the leadership of our dedicated presidential team, Executive Director Sherry Bricks, Vice President Nirja Singh, President-elect Mike Hancock, immediate past President Charlotte Kemp, and current President Ruby Newell-Legner, we work tirelessly on connecting, educating, and supporting Speakers Association leaders from around the world. We bring global awareness and excellence to the profession of speaking and harmonize standards and certifications to ensure consistency and credibility for all speakers.
By coordinating valuable member benefits, accessible no matter where you live or speak, we ensure that every member enjoys discounted pricing, consistent access to resources, and opportunities for professional development worldwide. Because GSF is all about fostering global connections and driving the growth of the speaking profession. And we are so happy to have you as part of this vibrant community.
And today we are thrilled to introduce you to GSF's exceptional president, NSA's past president, Cavett Award winner, and dedicated volunteer leader for decades. When she is not leading GSF, she is helping organizations create 7-star fan experiences to enhance their customer loyalty and retention. Please join us in welcoming to the stage your GSF President, Ruby Newell-Legner.
Esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, welcome to today's webinar in celebration of Professional Speakers Celebration Day. We are honored to have presidents, representatives, and colleagues from Global Speakers Federation member associations across Europe, joining us to share insights and wisdom from their respective organizations. You might be curious about the inception of Professional Speakers Celebration Day. Dr. John B. Molidor, a luminary in our field, conceived this initiative. Dr. John, well, he has served as past president of both the Global Speakers Federation and the National Speakers Association of the United States. His contribution has been recognized with NSA's highest honor, the Cavett Award, and the GSF International Ambassador Award. Dr. Molidor's unique blend of neuroscience expertise and creative passion led to establishing March 14th as the day dedicated to professional speakers worldwide. The choice of this date is symbolic. March 14th, written as 3.14 in the United States, corresponds to the mathematical constant pi. This ties beautifully into the philosophy of NSA's founder, Cavett Robert, who famously said, "Don't worry how we divide up the pie, just make a bigger pie." This philosophy encourages us to expand opportunities and share knowledge generously within our community. The Global Speakers Federation plays a pivotal role in uniting speakers associations worldwide. By sharing resources, governance techniques, and leadership perspectives, we strengthen our associations and by extension, the global speaking profession. This collaborative spirit ensures that we are not isolated entities, but a cohesive community working towards common goals. For instance, GSF provides support and resources to the Speaker Association leaders on effectively forming, managing, and leading associations. We offer a leaders library containing best practices in association management and panel discussions on ethics, running conferences, growing memberships, and how to build your conferences by offering sponsorships. Professional Speakers Celebration Day is not just about individual accomplishments. It's a testament to our collective efforts. It is in its inaugural year, the celebration garnered over 1 million impressions worldwide. And the following year, we doubled that reach, achieving 2 million impressions. This year, with your support, we aim to surpass these milestones, showcasing the strength and unity of our global community. We encourage you to participate actively in today's celebration. Share your experiences and insights on social media using the hashtags #proud to speak and voice of GSF. By doing so, you contribute to the global narrative highlighting our profession of diversity and vibrancy. Our unity is our strength. By coming together, we demonstrate that the professional speaking community is robust, inclusive, and ever evolving. We build relationships across borders. We learn from each other's experiences and we create more inspiring future for all. Let's use this day to recognize our impactful work, to elevate the art of and business of professional speaking, ensuring that our voices resonate and inspire positive change worldwide. Thank you for being part of this celebration. Let's make Professional Speakers Celebration Day a memorable one.
Hi there, Ruby. Thank you so much for joining us today. It has been a wonder to have everything ready today. So I'm just really glad everybody's made it and everybody's ready to go. And thank you so much for doing that introduction for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Ruby Newell-Legner is one of my favorite people in the world. She's got a heart of gold and she's always there to help other speakers. So if you want to join this amazing organization, please join us and Ruby, and you get to see more of her. Hopefully not so much of me. Thanks, Ruby. And now what I would like to do is I'd like to bring up Olga, because Olga is going to be presenting with me today. So there we go. There's my friend Olga. So Olga is currently responsible for all the regions in the UK. So for the Professional Speakers Association of the United Kingdom and Ireland, she's responsible to take care of all the regional presidents. So those are regional leaders that lead smaller groups in regions within the United Kingdom. Right. So Olga, can we get Olga up here next to me? I see Olga, but where is Olga? I don't know. But anyway, Olga seems to have dropped off the face of the earth. It's okay, people. We'll just get on with it. So without much further ado, I'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing today. We got together here today to basically celebrate speaking. So it doesn't matter if you're a speaker or on the stage or online, or if you stand in front of a classroom, or even if you're maybe just a speaker organizer. Those are our amazing people that help us work this world and this industry. Then on top of that, all the event coordinators, the event organizers, and the speaker bookers, with whom our lives would be so much less fulfilling. And then obviously the audiences and the speaker coaches and everybody that helps us get out there, from everybody from TED all the way through to Toastmasters. We're really happy to see all of our friends here today. So as part of this day today, I would like to invite you to welcome our speakers from the United Kingdom. Now, let's see, do we have the United Kingdom around? There we are, my friend Lynda. Hi, Lynda. How you? Oh, sorry, Dr. Lynda, guys. Be careful. She has not only a degree, she's got a PhD. And there's Olga.
You see,
the ladies in red today.
Of course, when I read, I had to match Lynda's show, but also I realized I had to get glasses. Now I see why universe was not letting me into the room, because I had to match all of you guys, right? Here we go. Now
3 glasses in a row.
Well, I'm so sorry. I did not realize there was a literally very strict dress code. That's it. I'm gonna wear my glasses every day from now on.
All right. Firstly, welcome, Lynda. We're really glad we could have you here. We hear a little bit later from the president of the UK&I. But what I'd like to do is I would like to hand over to Olga. And Olga's going to introduce Lynda for us and tell us a little bit more about Lynda. But we won't spend too much time because we really want to spend more time listening to Lynda, because Lynda's got some amazing information to share with us today. So, and off I am.
Fabulous, fabulous. Just to clarify, I must say, this lady on the screen right now, I know we're matching red, but there's no way I would ever be able to fit her shoes, because Lynda is the master. Lynda is the brain. Lynda is seriously one of those people whom you not only need to follow, but also stalk, because she's the one who can help you understand your human behavior, the way how you live and why you do what you do. But apart of what she does brilliantly in her life, she also was a national president of PSA UK and Ireland a couple of years ago, and it was such a privilege to have her as our national president. So Lynda, over to you right now. Please shine your wisdom, shine your amazingness, shine your bright energy with us today.
Thank you so much, Olga, and welcome everyone to the Brainy Speakers Party and happy Professional Speakers Celebration Day. Thank you, Dr. John Mullador, who is one of my favorite humans on the planet. Brilliant initiative. So what I've done for you today is I have identified 49 different ways we communicate as speakers on the stage with our audience. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that sometimes we can actually bring different mindsets to the stage as speakers, and I've identified 7 of those. And equally, our audience can have 7 different mindsets going on amongst them as well. So the dynamic is this: 7 times 7 is 49. 49 ways that we need to consider as speakers how to engage our audience. Now, this is something that our speakers haven't probably thought about too thoroughly, because actually they're doing a brilliant job without knowing it. But this helps tweak people to be even better, even more professional in the art and the craft of speaking. So what do I mean by a mindset? Well, a mindset is a cognitive framework, if you like, that encompasses neural networks, it encompasses thinking, it encompasses emotion, it encompasses decision making, it encompasses perception, and perception is unique. Perception is unique to every one of us for reasons that I can explain at another time, but believe me, perceptions are unique and mindsets are unique as well. But as I say, I've identified 7 of them. So what do I mean by, just to give you a bit of context here, basically there are 3 ways that the brain is influenced. It is brain influenced and soft-wired by our bottom-up processing, which is our DNA and our immune systems. It's actually influenced enormously and soft-wired by top-down processing, which is our thoughts, our emotions, our mindset, our decision-making, our behaviors, all of those things. And it's also influenced by what's going on outside of our body and brain, and that is our environment and our social upbringing. And this is important to understand when we want to consider the dynamics with each individual audience member. Now, as I say, I have discovered 49 ways that this should go on, but in my little 10 minutes, I can't possibly do justice to all 49, but I can help you by giving examples of 2 mindsets of speakers and 2 mindsets of an audience. And the first one I want to talk to you about is the expert speaker. I want to just talk about that because that is the person who our clients and bookers want to hire. They want experts. They want to understand stuff that they can implement at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Quite rightly so, because their time is precious and they need decent information that is relevant to them right now. So what's the expert speaker like? They are authoritative. They command respect because they know their topic. They can influence people. They're incredibly credible. But there is a weakness to the expert speaker. There's a weakness to every type of speaker. And if you're a speaker now and you're listening and watching this, please consider this if this is you. Remember, you can be more than one mindset at any one time, or indeed in any one talk or training session. So if you're going to be an expert speaker today, your weakness will be that sometimes you can seem a little bit detached, sometimes a little bit intimidating. So we have to be mindful of that. Now, the second speaker that I want to talk to you about is the storyteller. Everybody loves storytelling, right? Almost. Some cultures love lots of stories. Some cultures love a little bit of story to demonstrate a point, a factual point, and that is what they're more interested in. So we have to be careful. Now, the great thing about stories, of course, is they're memorable and they are enjoyable and they stick with you, and those lessons stick with you, and therefore they're very effective. But what's their weakness? Sometimes a storyteller speaker can be a little bit unclear, a little bit lacking in structure, so that the audience aren't quite sure what that story has, what relevance it has to the actual lesson that's going on. So we need to be mindful of that. So now, may I suggest, if you're a speaker, you adopt one of those two. Are you going to be an expert speaker today, or are you going to be a storyteller speaker today? Choose one. Now, think about that in what I'm going to say next in terms of the mindsets of the audience member. Remember, I've identified 7 different mindsets of the audience, and I've chosen 2 for you today. The first one is the audience member who is the skeptic. We all know the skeptics, right? They're critical, they're logical, they want consistency. Their challenge is that they're resistant to new ideas. And also, they can be quite dismissive. So they come from a place of feeling threatened. And they also come from a place sometimes of having a bias of what they already know. And you may be challenging those biases that they've already substantiated. So we need to be careful. So how would the expert or the storyteller help to communicate properly with the skeptical audience member? The second audience member I want you to think about is the engaged one. Oh, these are fantastic, having the audience. They are really eager to learn. They really, really want to get involved. They really want to participate. They're the first one to put their hands up. They're the first one to write things down. They are sponges for learning, and they're very eager and happy to be in the audience. Delightful, absolutely delightful. Their challenge is this. Sometimes they can be very distracted if the talk lacks depth. Again, we've got to be careful. We need to make sure that to engage our engaged audience member, we need to have depth and they are learning stuff. So what can we do? We've got 7 different mindsets that you can adopt yourself as a speaker. Those 7 different mindsets you could bring to the stage or the training room. 3, maybe 4 mindsets in any one session, maybe more, maybe less. It's entirely up to you. You may not be deliberately doing it. And equally, you've got 7 different mindsets in the audience. So how on earth are you going to communicate this dynamic? Well, I've come up with a little bit of an overview, so that we don't get too much in specifics, that you will find helpful, that you will find tools. Now, let's look at this in terms of the audience with members who are disengaged. Now, the key is this. You need to get feedback. Basically, a really good speaker, an exceptional speaker, reads the audience, right? We watch the audience. We are not sticking to script. We are making sure we are working the audience. We are feeling them. We're feeling the energy in the room. We're looking at body language. We're looking at facial expressions, which means we can't stick to any kind of script. We do have to adjust accordingly. And adjust is what is important here to work with the dynamics of different audience mindsets. So the first one, the disengaged audience member. Now, what we need to do is we need to grab their attention more. We're working with their parietal lobe now. We need to really grab their attention more. How are we going to do that? Emotions, of course. Emotions are great if we're needing to pull the audience back if they're looking disengaged. Using stories at this point is very useful, as long as I say they're really, really relevant and we're using that emotion. What about the audience member or the audience members, plural, who are skeptical? How are we going to handle those? Well, what we've got to do here now is reinforce our credibility. We need to reinforce our credibility with data and with logic, and that's engaging their prefrontal cortex. So we need to watch for that. If they're sitting there like this and they're looking down or they're shaking their head or one of those things, we're not mind readers, but we can take the clues to up our game at that point. The next one is the audience that's overwhelmed. So much information. tons of stuff going on, and the amygdala and the insula and all of those threatened areas of the brain that operate under threat, they're going, whoa, okay, back off. Look at the audience, read it. And what we do is we then slow down. We simplify, and we summarize. The 3 S's: slow down, summarize, and simplify. That is the helpful way of doing that. And last one is the audience members who are deliciously eager. Absolutely glorious people to have in the room. But what we need to do is to keep them engaged, is to up the inspiration, to up the visionary ideas that we are trying to tell them about. And we do that by working with the dopamine reward system, which I know you all know about. And we do that by anticipation. Remember, dopamine is about anticipation of reward. So we come up with something surprising, something that they weren't expecting. They're going, oh, and they're going to be sitting up straight. So there's the thing. So please, please, please remember the dynamics of yourself and the audience vary enormously, and we need to work with them. I've got a long list of things that I can tell you about. Happy to do it another time. But here's the key. Never, ever, ever change your core message, no matter what's going on. Keep that going, because that's why you're there. I hope you found that useful. And it's my absolute glorious pleasure to now introduce you to the one and only Mr. David Abbott. Now, David Abbott is hello, David, you've joined us. Excellent job. Hey, David is a pricing expert, and he's also in the Professional Speaking Association Hall of Fame, as I am. So it's lovely to see you, David. And you're going to be blown away with David, because this is really... Okay, thank you. Take care, everyone, and have fun.
Hello, everybody. I'm just sharing my screen. Right. It doesn't look as if this is going to share, so I will explain as we go along. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to give you 3 pricing tips. Do these tips work? Well, some of my colleagues in the UK, they've implemented them and they've made a huge difference. So Heather Wright, for example, she reckons that this has added tens of thousands of pounds to her bottom line. Penny Haslam, she's implemented these tips, and instead of customers going for her basic offer, the thing that they ask for, they often go for more of a premium. So yes, these work. This is called how to price your platypus. So the first platypus tip is this. It's about offering more than one price. The example that's in the books that you can find is The Economist. The Economist was trying to get new subscribers. So they were offering 3 things. They were offering an online version for $59, a print option for $125, or a print plus online also for $125. Well, that's a little weird, isn't it? Normally, if you have a couple of options like that and you bundle them together, so 125 plus 59, that's $184. Knock a little bit off of the bundle, call it $174, $79, whatever, and that's the price that you go to market. And they're offering it for $125. Maybe they can't add up. You'd think if anybody could add up, it would be The Economist. Maybe they've made a mistake, but have they? Because if you go out and you research which would people rather have, the online version or the print plus online version, most people go for the online version. It's half the price. For the money that you save, you could subscribe to a second magazine. What's interesting is what happens to these when you introduce print as an option. If print is the middle one, nobody goes for the print. Why would you? But the demand for the print plus online goes through the roof. Because if print is 125 and print plus online is 125, well, whoa, what a bargain. Maybe they have made a mistake. Let's get in there before they realize. So the core message here is you want to try and present 3 options to your clients. So the bottom one will be whatever it is that they've asked for. So turn up, speak, go away, £4,000. but then you want a value add option. Maybe you throw in some workshops or something, maybe, and then another value add option. Perhaps you have some one-on-one time with the VIP clients, whatever the event might be. What's happening here is when you only present one option to a client, what their subconscious mind has to do is it's got to remember anytime it's bought this in the past, an alternative, a substitute, what else it might do. When you put 3 options in front of somebody, the subconscious goes, oh, fantastic, I don't have to do all that hard work remembering things I bought in the past or substitutes or alternatives or whatever it might be. All I have to do is compare the 3 options in front of me. Well, £125 for Print Plus online. That's the bargain. We'll go for that one, thanks. So always try and have 3 options. Second pricing tip is something called a price anchor. What's a price anchor? It's a number that you have in your head that says, this is what I think the price of something should be. So for example, wherever you live, your capital city, I'll bet the houses are expensive. Whereas a smaller town somewhere out in the countryside, the houses will be a lot cheaper. And even if it's exactly the same property, somebody in London expects it to be one price. They have an anchor in their head, and out in the smaller towns, they expect it to be another price. They have an anchor in their heads. But these anchors can be temporary and arbitrary. In the States, a group of research did a blind auction for 6 different items. Didn't matter what the items were, but the point was the last thing that they asked the participants to do before they bid on these 6 items was to write the last 2 digits of their social security number, a completely random number, in the top corner of the paper. And what happened was those people whose digits were in the 0 to 20 range, they bid a range of prices from about $9-ish up to $16. Those in the 20 to 40, they bid about 10-ish up to $27, all the way up to those in the 80 to 100, they bid around about 25, 26 up to $56. Just the act of writing down a random number in the top corner of the paper influenced how much money they were prepared to pay. The point here is the first number that you encounter becomes a temporary anchor. So one way to use this, if you're going to have 3 options, is to present the highest price first. So if your 3 options were £4,000 to turn up, £5,000 to turn up and run a workshop, £6,000 to turn up, run a workshop, and do a one-on-one with one of the clients, present them with the £6,000 as the first one that they see. That becomes the reference point against which everything else is then compared. But an anchor can be other things. It could be your credentials. This is the size of my circulation list. This is how many people I speak to every month. It could be the value that you deliver. There's a client here where I saved them £5,000. I'm going to charge £4,000 to come to your event. The next concept is something called precision. We don't have calculators up in our heads. When we encounter a number, we've got to try and figure out just how big is that number? Just how precise is that number? When we encounter a precise number, such as 325,425, that feels smaller than 325,000. Now, obviously, 325,425 is the bigger number. It's 425 bigger. But when we encounter those numbers, the precise one just feels smaller. Plus, in Florida, 27,000 house sales were analysed. And it turned out the more precise the house was offered onto the marketplace, the fewer zeros in the price, the less negotiation took place. And it's not just house sales. Harvard Business Review analysed mergers and acquisitions. Exactly the same experience was observed when buying and selling a business. So the more precise a business was offered onto the marketplace, the less negotiation took place. And you can kind of see why. A precise number suggests that there's some science behind it. If everybody listening to this, if you were all web developers, you came to me and said, oh, could you develop this website? I came to you and said, could you develop this website, please? And you said, oh, yeah, no problem, £5,000. That feels to me like you've just gone, let's call it 5,000. You're inviting me to go, I'll call it 3. If you can make up a number, I can make up a number. Let's talk. What's more, there's a subtle thing going on. If you say something is £5,000, you're hinting that negotiation will take place in thousands and 500. If instead you said the price, it's £5,180, well, now you're hinting that negotiation will take place in hundreds and tens. And this is part of the reason why less price gets negotiated down. So it's not £4,000 to turn up, speak and go away. It's 4,180. It's not £5,000 to turn up, plus I'll do a workshop for you. It's 5,320. And it's not £6,000 to do that, plus we'll do a one-on-one with some of your VIP clients. It's 6,700 and whatever. You make each of the prices as precise as you possibly can. So there's 3 simple tips. If you implement these, your fees, your average fees that you earn when you're speaking at an event or working with a client, whatever it might be, should increase. Hopefully that's been really useful. Thank you very, very much.
Brilliant, David. Thank you so much. And I definitely find it useful. And I must share with everybody something very special. Actually, me and David met yesterday. And we had the most amazing chat. And something you can't tell about David because he's on Zoom right now. He's actually the same height as me. I mean, right now on Zoom, of course, we look the same height. But here's the thing. I'm 5'11". So not only our awesome speaker today, David, is knowledgeable and wise and has full of wisdom, but he's also a very tall man. So
I'm just the right height like you in that case, yeah.
Oh, thank you, David. You are so sweet. Thank you. Really appreciate it. But David, that was seriously very, very useful because very often we actually neglect that also. Thank you so much for enlightening us today with your amazing wisdom. I really appreciate that. And I hope everybody were taking notes because you got to go and apply this new knowledge today. Thank you, David, and happy
Pleasure.
International Speakers Day.
Yes.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Well, right now, actually, I would like to introduce you to somebody very, very special. Somebody who has a big heart and huge energy and truly, truly loving smile. She's a human behavior expert and the creator of the People Reader Analysis tools. If you haven't done it yet, what are you waiting for? Please get in touch with her. She helps leaders to unlock the people power in their organizations and individuals to release their magnificence. And what's interesting, she has been a member of the PSA UK&I for almost 10 years and has served on the board for half of that time. Check that commitment out. As a membership director, for half of the time of 10 years, she was working relentlessly before stepping up as a national president. And it is my absolute pleasure, honor, and delight to welcome Michelle Mills-Porter, the national president of PSA UK&I, to our virtual stage. Michelle, thank you so much for coming, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Olga. You are such a professional. I feel like I didn't get the dress code because I'm wearing blue and everyone else seems to be wearing red. But welcome. Hello to everyone from PSA UK and Ireland. I'll tell you a little bit about PSA UK and Ireland. We are in our 26th year of existence, and having done a check on numbers, we are just over 500 members strong. Now, I love a little bit of serendipity, and there can be nothing more serendipitous than the theme for GSF and for UK and Ireland, and that is about collaboration and communication. I first learnt the most important lessons about collaboration in the aftermath of the Boxing Day tsunami, and I realised that in the face of adversity, we can often get to see the very best of humanity. And what I learned about the sheer power of collaboration is what it takes in order for collaboration to really work. And what I realized is that we have to be vulnerable. We have to bring whatever we can to the party, and we have to be able to accept what other people are bringing to the party and be grateful for it. We have to share our vulnerability, we have to share the risks, and we have to take out an equal piece of the pie when it's done. Any form of imbalance just makes the whole thing fall over. So it's about giving before we gain. And I'm absolutely thrilled that the theme for GSF is exactly in line with the theme for PSA UK and Ireland this year. We had people from all over the globe come to our annual conference in October last year. We had Rennie Rosenberg, we had Julia Grace, we had Philippe Carmpani, Ruby Newell-Legner came over herself, Arthur Goldstruck, Kim Vermack, Daniel Enns, God rest his soul, Stephen Cabaran, Graham Codrington, Azadeh Yagari, if I've pronounced that incorrectly, please forgive me. MARTA PARDO was there, Alyssa Light, Ross Bernstein, Monique Bloxell, Alan Berg. They came from all over the world, and they always do. We always have a really lovely mix. And those collaborations are really important. And things like this that keep us all together is just a brilliant, brilliant thing to do. My purpose on this planet has changed since, the aftermath of the Boxing Day tsunami, and, collaboration is in my blood now. And I've worked really hard on members' benefits to get things like CPD accreditation for our members at a fraction of the cost, relationships with speaker bureaus and those kind of things. And at the Speaking Business Summit last year that I just told you about, I ended up with a closing keynote by actually handing over the entire stage to a collaboration. And that collaboration was every single person in the room in song, and a scratch band made up of PSA members. This is a beautiful community, and it is so wonderful to be part of the bigger family. So I just want to say a massive thank you to all of our partners, all the PSAs across the world, and to the Global Speaking Federation, our mother organization. So thank you for being here, and please stay to the end. There is so much wonderful stuff to come. And with that, I'm going to hand back to the studio. I have no idea who it is that's going to be taking over from me, but please do come to GSF in October. Sorry, please come to the Speaking Business Summit, our conference in October 2025, and we will welcome you open-heartedly. And now I'm going to hand back to the studio, whoever is there.
Brilliant, 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 Michelle. Thank you so much. I must say it was awesome. One thing that stands out for me when I think about you is your welcoming, always warm energy, always this beautiful smile. And I love that, because I believe this is what our association stands for. Not only our PSA UK and Ireland, but our whole global community, our whole global family. So thank you so much for walking this talk so proudly, so beautifully, and so amazingly. Really appreciate that. And hey, what an honor to have you as our national president now. So thank you so much. Big hand to you, Michelle. And I would like to actually invite Eksteen. You're already here. There we go. Somebody behind the scene is doing a magnificent job. Thank you so much. By the way, those who don't know, this year we actually have 25 years of PSA UK and Ireland. And I must say a huge thank you to the founders of PSA UK and Ireland, because without you, we wouldn't be here. And today, you probably would have only 16 associations, but actually now we have all 17. So thank you so much, the founders, and we appreciate you. And Eksteen, how do you feel being a member of association? Because for me, I'll be honest with you, Eksteen, my life changed when I joined PSA UK and Ireland. And I know it sounds very cliche, my life changed, but it really did. What about you? I think I cannot hear you, Eksteen. I'm not sure if it is me or if it is, I think you are. That's the beautiful and amazing surprises of our career, that sometimes we won't be able to work out the buttons. Sending big hat to you, Eksteen, because we're all needed sometimes. But yes, I want everybody, if you're watching this right now on a replay or whether it is live, just think for a second how much your life actually changed since you joined your association. And if you wouldn't join that, where your life would be. Because the thing is, life is all about the matter of decisions, and every decision is changing our destiny. And right now, thank you to those who are watching us live, and thank you to those who are watching us replay. But right now, you are changing your destiny. So it is a matter of what are you going to do with this information? We already heard from brilliant people so far, Ruby, Lynda, David, and Michelle, and each of them shared so much wisdom, so much powerful information that you can walk away and start using and applying. So whether you will do it or not, that's entirely up to you. But actually, if you will do it, watch the magic unfold. So I would like to see if we are ready to have Eksteen in the room with all the right buttons and everything working. Let's see. Maybe I should take off the glasses.
Hello.
Hey, you're working. I can hear you.
Amsterdam calling. 0 points, all right? You were asking me about associations.
How your life changed? Tell us.
Yes, guys remember there was a guy called Niels Brabant. Niels and I used to work together many years ago, early 2000s, just to give you an indication how grey I really am. And Niels said, how about you become a speaker? I went like, what do you mean? And so Niels introduced me to somebody called Alan Stevens, which we'll talk about to later this afternoon. Alan Stevens introduced me to a guy called Walter Waal, which we will speak to this afternoon. By the way, the only knight in the speaking world, as far as I'm aware. If you know of anybody else, please let me know. And both of them encouraged me to try it out. And one of the things that happened is Stephen is obviously in London, so I traveled from Amsterdam to London. And he said, why don't you join the PSA UK&I as well? So I was already a member of the PSA Netherlands, and then I joined PSA UK&I. And then I went like, yeah, but I grew up in South Africa. Why not join that as well? And what happened is, during that whole process, I got to see the differences between cultures, such as South Africa, compared to the Netherlands, compared to the UK and Ireland. But I also got to experience people's different perspectives on the speaking industry and how do we do things differently, and so very often the same. And that's where I also met Olga, and I dragged her all the way to Amsterdam to go to a knighting ceremony of Walter Waal. And we've been fast friends ever since. The wonderful thing is you meet wonderful people and learn so much.
It's so true. It's so true. It's Eksteen. And I remember the day we had a meeting at the VSI, another association, and the GSF. And Paul was also there, and I was wearing something different. And when we arrived at the theater where the nighting was happening, he did not see me, and I was hiding. And then when he saw me, he was like, Olga, but only this morning you put our meeting. But that's the thing. Many people, they think associations all about being professional. It's all about learning from each other and then moving on. Actually, it's all about building and establishing and maintaining those beautiful relationships, which one day surely will grow into beautiful collaborations. So thank you so much, Eksteen, for sharing your experience. It was brilliant to learn how your life changed as a result of being part of this. And surely, without you, my life wouldn't be better as well. So thank you for being in my life. And right now, I actually would like you to introduce us to our next speaker, and I'll give the stage all to you so you can shine at this part.
So the wonderful thing about this world we live in is that we have speakers that we may never meet or see otherwise. We meet people that change our lives. We meet people that give us that which makes our lives more complete. So, who would you imagine could do that for you? Who do you think is the person that can change your life? And if the next person can change your life, who would that be? Which country would they be from? So what I'd like to do to you today is, big surprise, we're going somewhere else in Europe, and we're bringing up somebody warm and funny, outgoing and amazing. and a person that have served on more than one board. So, Diarmuid is our next person in the studio.
Yes, I am here.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's MARTA PARDO from Spain, warm and sunny Spain, with experiences in France and leading one of our newest associations that will soon join the Global Speaker Federation. So welcome, MARTA. Tell us a little bit more about Spain and what the wonderful work you're doing there.
Thank you so much for this warm welcome. Hola a todos desde España. Hello, everyone from Spain. And yes, it is my honor to be here today representing the Professional Speakers Association of Spain, brand new, as you just said, growing community of speakers, coaches, and trainers. And as you can see, I'm in red too, and I have as well my glasses. What makes our association unique is actually our diversity, because we are a perfect blend of international people living in Spain and Spanish native professionals, creating a dynamic and enriching environment for all. And before diving into PSA Spain, I wanted to talk a little bit about the importance of the Professional Speaking's Day, because in a world filled with content, ideas, and social media, and the ability to speak actually with impact is actually what sets leaders apart. A great speaker doesn't just share information, they create experience, inspire change, and move people to action. And in Spain, we do a little bit of that as well. But here's the thing. A great speaker is not just about talent. It's about mastering the craft, developing a strong personal brand, and building a sustainable career. So that's why then PSA Spain comes in. Yes, we provide a space where speakers new and experienced can develop their skills, expand their network, and build successful speaking business. And if I tell you, in short, the PSA community is a support system, a launch pad, but as well as just Olga said, connections, emotions. The goal for us is to push our members beyond their comfort zones and refine their craft to the highest level. I wanted to share actually what PSA Spain is doing today, this year, because we have taken bold steps to elevate our association with new strategies to provide even more value to our members as we are brand new. And so as speakers, we don't just deliver words, of course, we move people and inspire action. And in PSA Spain, what we are celebrating today, seriously, is this wonderful day of the 14th of March, because we believe in the future of shaping professional speaking. And this year, we are shaping our future. We build new initiatives like we just put in place the new academy, El Recorrido del Orador. We have launched a structured learning for speakers in Spanish designed to enhance their journey, their skills, and the impact in the industry. But we have as well, if you speak English, what we call the Sprint. It's a coaching program designed to help you figure out next steps and actually how can you take these steps into reality in 3 sessions with 3 members. So you will discover another way to tailor what you need to do to become a professional speaker. We do have as well our professional days that we're actually just going to have our first professional day on the 29th of March in Barcelona. So if you want to come, you have to sign in just after this conversation. This in-person growth experience is actually a face-to-face event that we create for our members to develop new conferences, feedback sessions, improvisation challenges, workshops, leading by experts that are coming not just from Spain, but also from abroad, like Octavio Aguilar, that is coming from Mexico to be with us in the 29th of March. And also as well, we have a new Pitch Your Life format, which is a 5 minutes speech and pitch and 5 persons. So we do have new things coming up, and this is thanks to the Global Speakers Federation, because Global Speakers Federation give us a lot, and that's why we are coming in. PSA Spain is also a new annual convention like every association. And this year, if you want to dance flamenco, ole que ole, save the date, November 29th in Malaga. Malaga is going to be our summit. So we wait for you and we tell you all the best from Spanish-speaking speakers, and as well for all the community that is in Spain, for you and for all the community. We are very, very proud to be part of the Global Speakers Federation very soon. So thank you for tuning in, and remember, your voice has power, so use it wisely. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you so much, Marta, for that wonderful reminder of all this great work you're doing down in Spain, and for the warmth and rolling those R's. I mean, the Spanish can roll R's like the Dutch can guttural G's. I mean, goede godsgert, wat een gave gracht heb je vandaag. Okay, we don't always want to listen to that, so I think the R's are a little bit nicer. So that's one side of it. The other thing is, Olga, do you think people should be asking us questions? Because we might not know everything, but maybe we can ask the speakers as we go along.
I think it's really important to ask questions, because if you don't ask a question, how are you going to get an answer?
Yeah, true.
I think it's straightforward.
The Dutch have a nice word for that. They call it an inkoppertje, sort of like obvious. I haven't found a red jacket yet. I'm still hunting, but I've managed to find a red flower. So I'm trying to creep up onto the red today. So bear with me.
Eksteen,
anyway, so what I want
to do, if you didn't get the meme about getting the red glasses on, I'm sorry, you're too late. You're too late.
Yeah. Well, the red's here, the glasses are here, just not enough. We'll work on that. So what we would like to ask people is in the chat, we have a link between YouTube, so the chat that's happening in YouTube and that's happening in the studio. And so if you have questions, that add the word capitals, just add question for us, all right? And then formulate a question after that so we can easily filter it out. And then from there, we can bring it up on the screen and answer some of those questions or post them to some of the speakers today. I think that might be a handy little thing. So we're running a little bit behind the original schedule. So what we're going to do is, instead of taking a 10-minute break, we're going to quickly take a 5-minute break, because some of us need to powder a nose, maybe find a red jacket, and then we'll see you back again in 5. Olga?
Thank you, Eksteen. I think that's definitely very timely for everybody to also grab some water or maybe hot drink. So make sure you use this break wisely. Don't stick to the computer, but go away, stretch, move, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Whoops.
And there we are. We are back. We are back.
Hello.
You still haven't found your red jacket. You're on a mission today to find one.
No. You know what? Maybe I can get a lighter jacket with a more Dutch flower on it. Let me try that.
Oh, wow. And everybody else, I wonder, you probably right now are thinking, what is going on with this red? Seriously, but that's exactly what you as a professional speaker actually should be able to do, to improvise. Because if you can't improvise, you'll be stuck in the fear of what's going to happen next. So go on. Oh, look at you, Eksteen. Now you have a little red flower. Okay.
It's orange. It is orange. Be careful. It's orange. It's the House of Orange. It's the Netherlands after all, And so I love the Netherlands. And then as a Professional Speakers Association of the Netherlands, we all our professional members have one of these little pins. And this is just a flower to remind me, after all, I have a Dutch passport, so I'm Dutch. Genetically, but not so much culturally, moving over here from Africa does that to you. So I don't know if we've seen any questions coming in from people. Have you seen any? But if not, I have a bit of a question for you.
Oh, go ahead. I love questions. I call it question time. We need to have ta-da. Okay, go on, Eksteen. I'm all yours.
Yes. Okay, so you were also on the board with me on the Virtual Speakers Association. So there is another part of the associations. The Global Speaker Federation is not just in Europe, although we have the Europeans online today. Sort of a pilot we're doing this year. First time we decided to run a live event to see how that would happen. And then hopefully next year, if all goes well, we'll do this as a 24-hour cycle. We'll start early in the morning and we'll continue till early in the morning. And give speakers from around the world a chance to explain how they do things in their countries. So the Virtual Speakers Association was created for countries where there are no local associations. And what we've seen is that has also led to some interesting growth. For instance, we know that Madagascar is also, it's Maldives, I think it was. It was Maldives. Yes, Maldives are currently, I grew up in Africa. So for me, Maldives, Madagascar, it's almost neighboring countries. There's just a little bit of water between us. And yes, Maldives are currently considering also joining. And I know there's a group in Portugal currently working on some stuff. There's some people working in Ghana. And I even heard there might be a group in Afghanistan. So it is really interesting to see how this influence around the world, in a world where everything seems to be going in the wrong direction. All of us are stressed and worried about what the future is going to hold. And yet we have this warm connection. We have this ability to connect with one another. And when we're stuck, we can just look up, pick up the phone, send out a text, and there's always somebody there to pick up. There's somebody there that can refer us to someone else. So even if I don't know how to help you and vice versa, maybe we know somebody that can. And I think that is something that has helped me in the Speakers Association. What do you think? Which other associations have you heard of that has left a lasting memory with you?
Oh, bless, Eksteen. Which one hasn't got? Seriously, I think across all these years of being involved with associations, I came across so many. I've been in touch one way or another, whether it was co-presenting or collaborating or visiting each other and staying friends. Seriously, from PSA UK and Ireland, when I joined, I thought we are the only ones. Then I found out we actually are a global family under the umbrella of GSF. And I thought, that's amazing, because that means now I can go out there and meet even more people. As you know, and also as many other people know, I love meeting people, which means I'm always looking for opportunities. How can I go and meet other people? So PSA South Africa, they have a virtual chapter. Not only I presented there, but also I was attending them, the events, and also supporting them via Skype. We already discussed that. PSA Spain, MARTA, hola. I love you. They were having also red and also you matched the glasses. That's beautiful. But I also actually was a member for a very long while because I was regularly in Spain. And I went to the conference, and also I was interviewing our awesome, fantastic, amazing member of PSA UK in Ireland, Maria Franzoni. We were speaking about bureaus and when do you need a bureau or an agent in your speaking journey. And then PSA Australia. I was very often visiting them. And also actually next year, if you don't know, we have GSS event in Australia, and you should be definitely coming. I'll find the card. I just traveled today, so my stuff all over the place, but I'll find the card and I'll show you. It's going to be next year in March in Cairns, and I cannot wait to go to Australia. CAPS, NSA, regularly speaking to people from those conferences, those associations. Shall I carry on, Eksteen? Because honestly, I don't want to take over the speaker's time, because I can. Because collaborations and relationships are enormous. But I better shut up.
That is the drawback. When you're a speaker, you tend to be able to handle the mic. But anyway, drawbacks, we all face them. I think that you just mentioned the Global Speaker Summits. I think that's something we can maybe talk in the next time we're back on the screen together. But at the moment, I would rather first let introduce a new speaker. So this speaker is somebody you might not know of, have heard of before, but Martin has been around for a while. Martin was also a previous Global Speaker Federation president. Now, what does that mean? Around the world, we have all these loose associations that are all independently run. They have a board, and a member from their board is usually sent as a representative to the Global Speaker Federation. So the Global Speaker Federation is where we all coordinate internationally. So what's the difference then between this, for instance, and Toastmasters? Well, in Toastmasters, there's a massive focus on helping you to learn the basics, get things done, get certain methodologies down. And once you do, then you can expand and learn your own. In the professional speakers associations, it's basically people that earn money with speaking. There are certain different expectations that are there from us, and not just for us, but also from our clients. And how do you get your clients? How do you sell? How do you set up a whole sales pipeline? How do you get your business running? What business model do you need to look at? What is cross and upsells? What other products can you have? All those kind of things. We share with one another what we do, and we learn from one another. And that's the way that this global organization or this global community has been set up. We're here to help. We're here to share. And we don't just show up to take. We show up to give. And in that, we get so much more in return. So Martin has been one of those people that's been giving. He's been giving for decades. And Martin is just this amazing, loving, caring, wonderful, funny guy. And today we have him with Monika, Hein. And what they're going to do is they're going to talk a little bit to us about a special topic that I'm not going to reveal now. Martin will. So without much further ado, let's welcome a Global Speaker Federation previous president, as well as a current member of the German Speakers Association board. Welcome, Martin.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, whenever you're watching. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yes, we can.
Hear you.
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Everybody's listening, because, and we're going to leave you
because you were so silent. All right. Thank you so much.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. And a warm welcome and the best greetings from our National German Speakers Association President, Sylvia Zielkowski. She can't join us today. She's running a workshop, but she asked me to represent her. I served as president of the GSA in 2015 to 2017, and have been heavily involved in the German Speakers Association all the time, which you might not know. It's basically, one could say, it's the German Language Speakers Association, because it comprises 3 countries, Germany, of course, but also GSA, Switzerland and Austria. So in those 2 countries, we have chapters that are very active, and in Germany itself, we have lots of regional groups that are putting on a lot of events as well. So this is the grassroots aspect of the speaking community in the German language countries. And fun fact, this year, actually, the German Speakers Association is celebrating its 20th anniversary. It was founded 2005, and that's a fun story. Sigi and Claudia Haider, who were the founders, they were at the ASTD, which is now the ATD, the training conference in the States, and they were looking for speakers for their speaking bureau, and they were referred to the National Speakers Association. If you want to see speakers, you have to go to NSA. And they went, and when they said they're from Germany, they said, "Oh, you were the founders of the German Speakers Association." And they were like, "What?" But then the thought stuck. And so they were like, actually, why not? And so then in 2005, actually it happened. And the German Speakers Association was founded, and with just a handful of members. And we have grown in those 20 years to close to 700 members right now, the second largest association in the world. And the amazing, one of our key benefits is that we say, okay, we are not just the German language countries, but we have a global reach. We have the global community. And that is something that is so special to me, because I've spoken on 4 continents by now. One of my dearest mentors is an American chap, wonderful guy called Jack Canfield, and so I'm multinational, and I love this connectedness all around the globe. That's why I also love my speaking community. And the GSA is a very, very active association. We have our own academy, which is a 9-weekend program on site with more than 40 tutors, more than 40 lecturers, giving you an introduction into every aspect of professional speaking. And when it was created in, I think, like 2011 or so, I thought, had I had that when I started out, it would have shaved off like 5 years of my learning curve. That is the power of connection in the speaking community and among the associations from around the world. And I'm so blessed to have met so many people from around the world through my journey. And so I can only strongly encourage you, if you're a speaker, if you're considering speaking, reach out to the associations around you or the virtual association, because there's so much to learn. And the spirit of sharing is really so ever present. It's absolutely brilliant. And there's so much more that I could tell about the German Speakers Association. We have a fabulous mentoring program, which is several hundred people have gone through that program, which is absolutely amazing. A year of mentoring with seasoned speakers, and also like workshops that they are organizing for themselves, and loads and loads and loads of stuff that I could tell you. Reach out to the GSA. Make sure you join us in September for our 20th anniversary convention. That will be a huge, huge, huge thing. It will be beautiful. And of course, the program will be in German, but we also provide full English translation. So from wherever you are, as long as you speak English, you can fully join our convention. So please consider that. And we are so ramped up about this. This will be absolutely amazing, amazing programming for what you will need as a speaker. And so with that about the German Speakers Association, I want to lead over to the topic that I got one of our amazing members to share with me, and introduce a little bit. I mean, there's so much more we could say. A little bit of info about how to connect powerfully and with ease. And I'm an expert on self-esteem and personal development. And Dr. Monika Hein, she has stage experience. She studied musical, and then turned towards voice. What does the voice do with, how is our voice affected by us being on stage? How can we be fully present on stage? And so we chatted, and then we came up with actually really cool stuff, and also a little bit tongue-in-cheek. We found 4 different speaker types, and you might be able to relate to those. And let me see whether I can get the screen sharing going here, and share the screen. Oh, okay. Google Chrome wants to be allowed to share screen. Okay, good. We'll do that. And of course, it needs a password. Change the setting. Okay, later. So let's see. What a window. Okay. I did it already. Hello. Okay, good. It's not working. So never mind. So I'll do it without the presentation. Too bad. It was a really good presentation. Okay, says the computer nerd with me. Hi, Monika. So good to see you.
Hello, good to see you.
This is an international production, actually. Okay, I'm sitting in Austria in my studio, and Monika is sitting in Hamburg in her studio, and we'll be bringing you stuff about how to connect with ease. And now you will have to bear with us. You'll have to use your imagination, because I almost said something. As proper Germanic people, we'll do everything with structure and with PowerPoint and charts and graphs. Now, okay, good. I'm just kidding. But we had a little presentation prepared, but I'll share about it myself like this. So when we're talking about self-esteem, when we're talking about stage presence, so Monika has her model and I have mine, and we actually overlap those. So I'll share a little bit about my self-esteem model and Monika about her stage presence model. And so in self-esteem, we say, okay, you can imagine like a 4-quadrant graph, and in the lower corner, it's if you have low self-esteem, you don't feel worthy, you don't feel competent, so that's low self-esteem. So that the speaker type that we came up with is like the victim. So you're feeling that, okay, you want to be a speaker, but it's not really working, and so what can you do? And you're not happy about that. So you have low confidence and you don't get much done. And we call it, they speak about other people. They don't really understand what's going on. And if you have already progressed a little bit, then it's what I call defensive self-esteem. And the speaker type that we call it the people pleaser. So you want to do it right for everyone. And I'm sure, I mean, okay, this is a little bit, bear with us with the humor in it. But I think this is a place where every one of us has already been at one point or another in time. So that we want to do good. We don't want to be too confrontational. Well, if you don't have a clear objective, if you don't have a clear opinion, you speak to nobody. And so, and Monika, you compared this to like on stage, in stage presence. You talk about low status and high status, right?
Yes, right. I'm trying to get the presentation across to the team, but yes, I do. And I think defining your status is something that is our own job to take care of, how we show up on stage. And I think if as we are all humans, we find out that we are in a weak status, and then in a mode where we talk about people, or where we are defensive, and you're not really connecting with people, then we should take care of our own energy. And I think Martin has a lot of more to say about that.
Yeah, well, I could do a 2-day seminar on this, but that's not the point here. But low status, you can actually see that you can see it also in the body posture, can't you? It's like when people are a little bit slumped down and say, okay, I don't want to be a bother. Yeah. And if you are a speaker, then people are looking to you for direction. They're looking to you for guidance. And so get straight up. Yeah, raise yourself, be there. And so the third type that I briefly want to touch upon is it's also a form of defensive self-esteem, but it is when you have a grand feeling of worthiness that you are so good, but the competence that comes from the outside, that what you get reflected back to you is actually not so much. And I call that type the driven one. And in speaker types, we came up with the term the know-it-all. Have you ever met a speaker like that? They know the solution to every problem in the world, but not really paying attention to actually what is your problem? Where are you standing right now? And I'm not helping you, but I'm just like I'm talking down to you, and so I call that the driven one, those who have constantly to prove how great they are. So that would be they're parking their Porsche in front of the hotel that everybody can see. Well, I made it. Or well, if they can't afford the Porsche, then they get the remote control for the Porsche and fit it on their Volkswagen Beetle key. Nothing against Volkswagen Beetle. It's a nice car, but so you don't have to pretend that you are that great. And I think some of us have been at that stage. I for sure know that in the beginnings of my career, when I thought like, okay, wow, I really got this. And this is what they call the Dunning-Kruger effect, like that you even don't realize how little you know, because you actually need to understand a lot about a topic in order to understand that you don't know so much. And so that is when you are at the beginning of your journey, or you're completely coaching resistant. I was like, if you don't.
And what's missing here is the empathy towards the audience. And we've heard about that so far. And I think it's really important to connect full of empathy. So yeah. To add that.
Absolutely, you're totally right. That is what makes me reach out to people. This inner feeling of it's not about me, but I'm here to serve you, and that is what brings us actually to the fourth type. When you have high self-esteem, then you know that you are competent, and you know that you are worthy. But you don't need to put your worth and your competence on top of people. You don't have to put them down. And so, because that is, it's best said in this, I'm okay, you are okay. We are both good. We both know. I value who you are. I value the contribution that you have. And if you have it, I know that I have expertise and I can share it. But if you have something else, if you have some other viewpoints, I will not see that as an attack on my expertise. But I can appreciate, say, oh, okay, there's another viewpoint. Let's have a look. And that is actually what happened in our conversation, Monika, didn't it? When we talked about all this, and I put my self-esteem model in there, and you came with empathy and narcissism and how does it relate. And it was a great conversation, because in that conversation alone, I learned so much from you. And it was absolutely fabulous. So we call that speaker type the relaxed pro. And if you're wondering why I'm talking so much, because she'll leave the stage over to Monika, and she will show us, actually, I'm explaining you how the types are, but her contribution is much more valuable, because she will show you how do you get there. And that is so that you can be on stage and just be present, be ready, and connect with people. And I think with that, Monika, show us how do we do that?
Yeah, how do we do that? And it's a lifelong journey, I think we're all taking, because as we're humans, of course, we land in certain areas of the speaking types. And sometimes when we don't feel that strong and we cannot really connect, we end up in the know-it-all or in the weak type. Or so it's happening to all of us. And as I see from Eksteen, he can actually share the PDF that I sent over in the meantime, so we can have a look at the 4 speaker types quickly. But thank you so much, Martin, for introducing. And I really loved the conversation as well, because we ended up discussing how self-worth and competence, they fill us up sometimes, and sometimes they lift us in our status, and sometimes not. It's like it feels like sometimes the imposter comes in and makes us feel really weak and small, and not to us, of course not.
No, never.
It's interesting that one doesn't have any content, but we could fill in. Oh, good. Look at that. Yes. Okay. There we go. This is Martin's model that he just talked about. And so if we click further, we see all the different speaker types here. And my part is actually to zoom into the relaxed pro. And what I learned from my coaching experience and what I learned from the institute where I learned is that we end up in the relaxed pro. If you could go back, please, to the, yes. And this one here that we want to zoom into, we call it friendly power. And I love that term. I really use it a lot, teaching status on stage, because friendly power is something that doesn't exclude each other. It's not either being friendly or being powerful. It's both connected where the magic happens. So how do we get there? And as I'm teaching voice, for me, it has evolved into that. And I've come to the conclusion that being loud, having a strong voice might be a good tool, but it's not always like the thing that we want to learn. We want to really easily connect. And so it's a matter of connecting with the heart and really like elevating each other, elevating our audience, and really being aware of them. And how do we do that when we have days of being people-pleasing or the victim or the know-it-all? How do we manage? And so the tools that I want to give you, or maybe remind you of, are just 2 tools that I use regularly. First is breath. So we're going to have a look at how to own your breath briefly. Thank you, Martin. Your breath.
I already had to take a deep breath right away when you said it.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes when we get into a status that is maybe in a very like strict mode, breathing can relax the whole system and the nervous system as well. So we get into friendly power as we really recognize our breath. So try to take in some air and try to tell yourself, I feel myself. And as you breathe out as an F, you say, I feel you. And then you breathe in again. I feel myself. I connect to myself. And you breathe out. You connect to your audience. So speaking and giving voice is actually breathing out. So this is our means of connection, really. So we want to use our breath to actually connect to others. And this is what we can use like in every given moment when we are not that relaxed in a certain stage moment, or when we feel that we get tense, or reaching the other speaking types. So breathing can bring us back into a high self-esteem and a good state, into friendly power.
So the quick question about this. So this is actually a great thing to do right before you go on stage, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you can do it in your imagination on stage as well. Of course, we breathe all the time because we want to talk. But if you just imagine that connection to the others via breathing out and then breathing in and connecting to yourself again. So self-empathy and empathy are very strictly connected. We can't have empathy to others if we don't feel ourselves. So connecting to ourselves and then connecting to the audience, that is something that we really should do. And the breath is really the medium that we can use. And the second one, owning your voice, of course, and this is what comes out of our breath. And if you want to really touch this area on your chest, connecting from heart to heart, which we want to do, then you can just hum a little as you are enjoying a lovely piece of cake maybe soon, or your favorite lasagna. Just
chocolate.
Yeah, you know my talks, right? I'm working with a lot of chocolate exercises, but enjoying your voice, not pressurizing. Like the sound that you give is a sound that wants to expand easily and wants to just fill the room and wants to be there. And if we are in the know-it-all, if we are the victim or the people pleaser, we do weird things with our voices. Sometimes we're going up with the melody all the time, or we are just pressing because we want to get that content into the heads of the others. But if you connect to yourself, to your heart area, then you just go humming and you connect to yourself again. And I think, Martin, our time is up, even though I would love to go on, but I think timing is everything here today. So yeah, thanks all for listening. I love to be here. Thanks, Eksteen, and everybody who organized everything so beautifully. So yeah,
Absolutely.
I hand it over to you again.
All right, wonderful. So thank you, Monika, for sharing this. This was, how can we go on stage and I think you mentioned so beautiful, having this empathy for the people in the audience, not taking yourself so important, and just be there for them. So what is it that I can share with you that makes your life better? And we try to do that here now. And with that, we go back to Eksteen or Olga, whoever will take over.
Hello there.
Hey, Eksteen.
Take over. It sounds like it sounds like geopolitics. Let's not go there.
No, we're not going there. Not going there. Thank you. I might lose my empathy there on that, but
oh, absolutely. What a world we live in.
Yes. But that's why, right. Actually, that's why we are needed so much right now.
That's true.
Because what I feel is that we as speakers, we in one way or another, whatever we do, whether we teach presentation or we teach leadership or we teach communication or a style or whatever, we help people live their lives better. And so that's why the speaking profession, and this is actually what the International Professional Speaking Celebration Day is about, that bringing together the tribe of people from around the world that helps their audiences, and by empowering each other, even more audiences, to live a better life, to connect better, to speak better, and to be better in relationships. Because what we know is that when we speak to each other, when we have a conversation, then we'll connect, and there will be less misunderstandings, and we'll have a better life altogether. So that's why we are really important, and we need to step up now. So, okay, end of rant.
Have you ever thought about being a motivational speaker?
It crossed my mind occasionally, yes.
That was
fantastic. So, Monika, when was the last global speaker summit you've been to?
I was in Bali for the last conference, and I loved it so much. So I'd love to go to Australia as well.
I think my first one was in Namibia in the year sort of where we were wondering, is COVID going to hit and what the problems were? And, everything was up in the air.
Wow.
And I remember being there in Swakopmund, and it was hot and dry, and it just brought loads of memories back of family holidays down in Africa.
Wow.
And then from there, we had Dublin, and we had Bali, and now we're going off to Cairns in Australia. So if anybody wants to join those, please have a look. The globe, whenever you want, you just look for Global Speaker Summit in Google. You'll always find the next one. And every second year. So this year is an uneven year, so we don't have it. Next year is an even year again, so we'll have it then again. All right. So, and if you only can afford it once every 4 years, it's fine as well, you know.
Yeah, you can come to 2028 then.
Which is in Germany, right?
Who knows? It's not yet decided.
We'd love to have it.
But we'd love to have it. Absolutely. Yes.
And so, as you can see, Germany is already thinking about getting all the applications in, making sure that it goes to the board. And at some point, we'll see if the Global Speaker Federation board and get your votes on who does it go to next. So just like the Olympic Games, this is our Speaker Olympic Games. We organize it once every so often to make sure that people get a chance to travel, save up, and participate in some of the most amazing conversations and connections we've had around the world. So with that, very much a thank you to you, Monika, and to you, Martin. Great to have had you here. And we're going to go on to our next speakers, which I'm going to leave to Olga to introduce.
And this is exactly what happens. You go from one speaker to another, and then you think, wow, there's so much to learn. And thank you so much, Eksteen. So much to learn, so much to apply, but have I done it? So that's why the call to action to all of you who is watching, whether live or on a replay, is please make sure practice, like Monika just now really beautifully showed this beautiful practice. Make sure you apply it. And whatever you learn, for example, right now, also Martin was sharing some incredible value. Please make sure you also make your notes and you apply it. Because here's the deal. If you're not going to apply it, you just wasted your time. You might have fun, you probably enjoyed it, but actually you just wasted your time. So please go ahead and apply it. If you haven't got your notes and pens ready, then embrace yourself, because actually our next speaker will be truly amazing. And actually it's my true honor to introduce Philippe, a visionary leader and a global speaker. Starting as a PhD student at IBM, Philippe's career spans leadership roles at Apple and Sony and Neopost, where he drove innovation and led global teams. A mentor, venture capitalist, an executive coach, he created innovational intelligence to help leaders embrace change. A former president of the French Professional Speakers Association and a board member of the Global Speakers Federation, Philippe was also the first French speaker to receive the virtual presenter certification from e-speakers. With a passion for innovation and optimism, he continues to inspire audiences worldwide. And with that, it's my pleasure to welcome Speaking Association of France and Philippe into the room. Please give him a big round of applause, everybody.
Thank you.
It's all yours, Philippe.
Thank you, Olga. So do you hear me well to start with? Okay, I guess so. So yes, thank you to listen to all of us today, because it's a big day for us. This Pi Day, this happy Pi Day, is so important for us, because we all want to extend the pie. It was very well said by Ruby earlier today. So let's speak a little bit about the French Association, AFCP. The French Association has been founded in 2008. And Martin, you will love this fun fact, because it was funded because Laurent Tilsky and Francis Zenz, two French people, went to influence the National Speakers Association convention in the US. And they said, come on, we have to do the same in France. And they decided to fund the French Association in 2008. And we joined the GSF, the Global Speakers Federation, in 2011. So basically, we are becoming in that family, which is absolutely amazing, which is great, of associations to share our knowledge, to share the way we can handle an association, and the way we can bring added value to our speakers. So Jean-Philippe Ackermann has delegated me to speak, because we are only a few speakers in France to be able to express ourselves in English. And you see, I still have nice French accent. But the AFCP has been absolutely a key factor for the expansion of our careers. And actually, I will introduce very soon one of our fellow speakers as well in AFCP, Rhannon. She's going to join me in a few minutes to pursue and to explain what we found in AFCP, which is absolutely amazing. So for me, the fact we have those associations all around the world to help speakers grow, to have a nice career, to understand the fundamentals of the speaking business is absolutely critical. We are doing a very good job at that, and there is no exception. All the associations are doing a great job at that. And I am particularly proud of what we've done in AFCP for two reasons. We have had two members that decided to spin off. The first one is MARTA PARDO. MARTA PARDO, that you have already seen today, representing Spain and current president of the Spain Association. MARTA has been a speaker in the French Association in AFCP before deciding to go and to create the Spain Association. And we had as well Sharon Schneider, who decided to spin off and to start the association in MENA, meaning Middle East and North Africa. And she's starting right now. I mean, she has started actually last year. So Marta is a little bit ahead, and she will join GSF with Spain at some point, and Sharon has the intention to join GSF as well. So when you have those kind of people who are able to say, we have seen the value of an association, and we would like to bring that back to our countries, it's incredible. I mean, it's a gift that we have made to the community of speakers, absolutely. So I would like to be joined now by Rhannon. Rhannon should be backstage. Here she is.
Hello.
Hello, Rhannon. Okay, so Rhannon, actually, I think it's only two of us who are both members of AFCP and as well members of the National Speakers Association in the US.
Absolutely. I think for the moment.
For the moment, absolutely. So for different reasons, because you are initially an American citizen and you live now in France.
Mm-hmm.
And I married an American citizen.
Yeah,
and
I did the opposite. I married a Frenchman.
Yeah. And maybe we will come to how it happened, because I could say that I found my wife thanks to AFCP, by the way.
Yeah. And how did that happen exactly?
You want to know? You're sure?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
I know your wife.
It's a story of serendipity. You know, so I'm a big fan of serendipity. The fact that you find something when you do not expect, expect it. So let me start from the beginning, because it's really funny. In the company I was working for, called Neopost, a while ago, we had a meeting, what we call the June meeting, which is a meeting happening with the top 100 managers all over the world. And for the first time, we had 4 professional speakers that came to inspire our top 100 managers. And one of them was a very famous French professional speaker, but I did not know at that time, Laurent Combalbert. He was a former SWAT negotiator, so a very nice guy. And when he made this talk at this seminar, I said, but it's really amazing, because he has a style that is very compatible with the kind of talk I'm doing inside our company. And then I told myself, maybe I could change, I could switch, and could go from my corporate activity, and I was handling at that time 1,100 people around the world, back to entrepreneurship. And then I decided to pursue this track. And to make a long story short, I go to a specific event about event professionals, and I come across an AFCP booth. AFCP was present. It was not expected. I was looking for something else. I discover the association. I enter the association 1 month later, and the president at that time told me, Philippe, what you're doing is great, but if you want to step up, you need to go to the National Speakers Association convention called Influence.
Yes.
It will
Great,
happen in
great
it will
event.
happen in July. Absolutely, it will happen in July in Orlando. It was in 2017, and I said, okay, fair enough. So two things happened over there. The first one is I was amazed. I mean, there is no other words by the difference between the French speakers and the US speakers. Okay, different styles for
Cultural
sure,
differences, yeah.
completely different styles.
Mm.
And in the breakout session for first timers, I have met the one that you know, Cheryl, who has become my wife since. Again, I mean, I didn't come to find a wife. Okay, it's something which was
But you found a good one. She's like one of my favorite people in the world.
Oh, thank you. Basically she will see the recording of that. So
Yeah. Oh, well, now you know, Cheryl.
so yeah, and I made this story very short. So I have to say that anything can happen when you enter an association like AFCP. So
Yeah.
how did you discover AFCP, Rhannon?
Well, you were talking about being inspired by speakers, and that's what I truly find at AFCP. We'll talk about that in a minute. Well, mine was at the end of COVID, and of course, I had a little more extra time than normal. It was back in the beginning of 2022, so my schedule was getting back on track, but not the normal. And I don't know how I discovered it, but I think I was doing some kind of search on the internet. And you were president the first time.
That's
So
right.
I came in, they were virtual meetings. It was new. I had no idea what to expect. And then through different members, then I met Michael Aguilar, who is a certified speaker at NSA through NSA. And he says, you have to go to the States. And so it was kind of at the same time that I was with both NSA and AFCP, which has been an incredible, enriching experience. And to get there, so I do a lot of, I grew into a keynote speaker organically. So my first business in the States was in the fashion luxury business. I was my own stores. I had 10 stores. They were all very big. I could tell you about that another time. Great business, great opportunities, learned everything the hard way. And then when I came to France, I started set up my own company, which I still have today. And I do training, master classes. And within those programs, they would ask me to do keynotes. And I didn't know what I was really doing, that's what I was doing. So it kind of grew organically. And then when I joined AFCP, I decided I was inspired and I wanted to create an intentional growth with the keynote speaking.
Yeah, and this is the value of our associations.
It
I
is.
think it's the exposure to what the other speakers are doing, the exposure to their business models, which usually is not only about speaking. Even if I decided to go entirely about speaking for quite a while, it has changed a bit since, because I've been requested to provide more value to my customers. So when you are asked with checks on the side,
And that's what I find is we've got lots of different profiles at AFCP. You've got the really experienced keynotes, and that's kind of all they do. You have people that combine their business models to have the keynotes and master classes or workshops and coaching. And then you have the newcomers that want to be keynote speakers. And so that's where we try and find the balance. And I think we do it pretty well, helping those people that need to gain confidence and skills, discovering what the profession is, also using those headliners, the people that are already really experienced. What are you going to give to nourish that continued development and share in best practices? So for you, because you've had lots of different perspectives on the AFCP, being president and still super, super active and bringing so much to us. What would you say are some of the things that really stand out in your mind for the AFCP that might not be everywhere, that could be, but what would be those high points for you?
Well, my only big reference as of today is NSA, because I'm participating on a regular basis to the NSA Central Florida chapter meetings. So we're doing things in a very different way, and this is why it's interesting, because it's diverse. I have to say, what we've done in AFCP in the work we have done with Jean-Philippe Ackermann, our current president.
Great president.
Yeah, we so Jean-Philippe is our current president. He's a returning president actually, because he was a president before me and before Hervé Franceschi, and I'm very happy that actually he came back, because he's providing a lot of wisdom and added value to the association. So we work together to define how to make things different in a way that we could attract new members, because we have an issue in France. We have 32,000 people that pretend to be speakers in France. 32,000.
Huge.
And,
and it's become a trendy type of thing.
Yeah, it's the big trend you see on LinkedIn. All these people that pretend to be CEOs, CEOs of of a company of one usually, and speakers, because one day they open their camera to speak in front of more than 2 people. So it's an issue because it creates a lot of noise in our industry.
Or confusion, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, confusion, and we have to make things clear towards our customers. There are people that pretend to be speakers and pretend who are professional speakers, and that's a big difference in the added value that we're providing to our customers. So it's a work we are doing at the AFCP to put our speakers up front. And actually, we can speak about some of the activities we are doing for the speakers.
Well, I also wanted to mention in France, because they're,
Mhm.
as you do, I work all over the world. And one of the common denominators in France is people don't really know what we do. Like in the States, you say you're a keynote speaker and you can mention a couple examples and they know. So it's kind of carving out also that profession, so it's clear in exactly what they do and what the benefit they bring. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, in the work we've done with Jean-Philippe, we have redefined the board structure of the association, and now in the board we have only headliners, which was not the case before. And when you've got headliners in the board of the association, basically it attracts people that would like to become speakers, or who are speakers and they don't know what to do or to progress. Then they see the light at the end of the tunnel. They see a North Star, which is AFCP. And Rhannon, I have to say thanks to you, because with another speaker you have done a great thing, which is the regular headliner meeting.
Yes, well, with a headline speaker, we tend to organize it, facilitate it, and come up with different ideas. It's been really successful. We've had great meetings. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so with what I find is really interesting is when you get those headliners together, just the discussions of whose best practices and who's doing what, who has the QR code at the end and giving a handout, who doesn't want to do that. And it really comes down to identifying even more of what is your authentic style. That really works well. And you guys also put together some exciting programs we call it Pépite in French, which kind of means like the little kernel that's going to come out, and if that's how I translate. Yes.
Pépite,
No.
Pépite, isn't it a golden nugget in English?
Yeah, you could call it a kernel too, like a little kernel.
Kernel,
Is
okay.
like, a little small thing that grows. It's also because I always think about it that way. So that's a really good program.
Yeah. So on a regular basis, what we do is we call a Pépite evening. So let's say kernel or golden nugget evening.
Golden nugget.
In which we have some of our speakers who give a show actually, and we invite customers, we invite prospects. So basically, we are giving them some visibility that they couldn't have in another way.
And experience. And they could do their speaker reel from that. Because that's what I find. You've got different profiles that come to our association. I think it's similar in the NSA. I don't know, maybe all of them. You have some that have the skills and they're pretty good already on stage and they've got a structure, they have a talk, but they don't know how to create that visibility or sell them. There are others that need help with structuring. They know they want to do it. They might be an expert in their field and really well known, but not as a speaker. So you have all these different profiles that want different things with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Which relates, by the way, to the trade of being a speaker, because many people think that because they've got a good subject, they can only have success. which is a big issue because it's not right. It's not because you have the best product in the world that it will be a success. We've got to remember that the first job of a speaker is to get booked, which means the marketing of the speaker,
Yes.
which is very, very important. And one of the aspects of what we're doing at AFCP is to make people, our speakers, to understand that you get to be visible by multiple means.
Yes.
Otherwise, you will never have some gigs. You will not get booked. So of course, we have the stagecraft that we discussed on a regular
Yes.
basis. Anyone could have a different angle on the same subject. This is not the point. The point is really, how are you going to be known? So, and part of the headliners discussion, even with headliners, we have this kind of discussion.
Absolutely. Visibility. And where are you going to spend your time and your energy? And who are the people that are booking you, whether you have a speaker's agent or you get directly booked through different event organizers, or sometimes it could be within the company. It's a big question for everyone.
So one good reason, by the way, for speakers to join association like the FCP or the other associations of GSF, it's because you will meet other professionals, and when you are known by these other professionals by the quality of your work, they will recommend you.
Yes.
Which is one other side of the marketing, which is word to mouth.
Networking. Yeah.
Networking. You know that when you're doing a good job on stage and you are known by other professionals, they will not hesitate to recommend you.
Yes, huge part of it.
If you are not known by the other professionals, there is no way. So the aspect of not only being within peers, but as well being in a network of benevolent people that want to help you is making a difference.
Yes, absolutely. And I think also the day that how we structure at AFCP, because I don't necessarily go to the chapter events in NSA, but when we have that full day event and you have people coming up, and it's usually combined a little bit different. You have people that can do the master of ceremonies. So that's always something that happens. And then you have different people that will do either a test of a new talk that they have and get feedback. And we all in different types of presentations, but we always seem to have a workshop that's really, really great for that visibility, whether it's on how to make a really, easy video clips and what kinds of things. You've done some great ones on AI and how we can integrate that. Even I remember you did one like on just tools for Zoom, just technical tools for webinars, and it was great. It was really, really helpful for all of us speakers. So that's really beneficial. And we've been doing some I think pretty innovative things that way with all the different members contributing.
Yeah, so this is I think the last aspect of our associations that makes sense for me at least, which is to share best practices on a regular basis, sharing some secrets, okay? So we are going to share some secrets with our friends in such an association. I don't want to share my secrets with 30,000 people outside that pretend to be speakers, okay? So we are definitely a sub-part of all the people that pretend speakers, but we are good speakers.
You know what? And that goes to the theme of today. The pie just gets, particularly in France, when we all help each other with all of this, the pie just gets bigger.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
It's bigger and bigger. And this is our one of our mission, by the way, in France, which is to change the view that the companies, the customers have about professional speakers and the speaking industry in general. Fortunately, we've got some very well-known speakers today, part of the association, and they were out just 2 or 3 years before. So we made them come back because in some cases, they have been part of the FCP before. We lost them exactly for the reason you have said, Rhannon, which is we didn't have anything to provide anymore to seasoned speakers.
Yeah.
So we had to do something for them, and basically what you are being handling with Philippe Gabillet, which is, by the way, one of these very
fabulous
famous speaker. Absolutely,
but one of the best storytellers, and that voice. The voice,
So the fact that you have created this headliner meeting on a regular basis, where we provide value to the headliners, actually make them happy, and I saw those guys, and I mean, when I say guys, there is
We
no,
know.
no sex involved here.
Yeah.
All the speakers being so happy and having a lunch afterwards. I mean, this is exactly what we would to do.
Yeah, because and that's the hard thing, because you can't use our association like you would do like marketing, like saying, okay, we only have one kind of profile that wants it. We have so many different kinds of profiles in the association with different needs, different expectations. It's making sure that there's something for everybody. So yeah, so the headliners is great for that. The visibility, the PPIT evenings or days. We've got we have the committees that take care of different aspects of it as well. So we really try and hit everybody, as many people's needs as we can.
Yeah, that's. I think it's very wise. What we have defined as well is the fact that newcomers, people that are new speakers, they have to step up, becoming professional within 2 years. You have to be serious when you enter the association.
Yeah. So, how do you think people find AFCP? Most people, when you talk with them, because we always seem to have lots of people that want to come in, and they're there for sometimes for many years. Some of them just come in for 6 months or a year and try it out. How do you think we're getting most of our speakers into the group?
Well, we have some presence on the web, of course. We've got some posts on LinkedIn on a regular basis about our activities. We have some WhatsApp groups. And actually, we say to our speakers, if you encounter another speaker who is not part of AFCP, speak to them. Okay, speak to them, because they have to know what they can get from such an association. And if they are good, well, it's even better, because not only they will continue to learn, and actually I'm now a speaker since 2017, as I explained. When I see the talks I was doing at that time and the talks I'm doing now, it's day and night, or night and day.
Huge.
Yeah. So huge difference.
And you're the innovation specialist, and I've always admired all the different pieces that you bring in. So what kind of aspect of the innovation are you seeing going into talks now that are particularly exciting for you?
Wow, that's a tough question, because
I know.
Every speaker is different, okay? And every speaker has his own understanding about what is innovation, anyway, in their speech. I've got my own bias on that, my own angle, where I consider that a speech on innovation has to be innovative. So I'm providing a pretty significant number of surprises in my talks in order to grab the attention of people. Yeah. Okay, so I think we are coming at the end of our the time which was allowed to us, if I'm not wrong. I'd like to have Olga or Eksteen back to tell us where we are.
Hello. Wow, what a fruitful and beautiful discussion. And I love how you were just beautifully bouncing off each other. And it just shows how beautiful collaborations can be built within associations, and beautiful friendships. And looks like you also know each other like forever, which is amazing. Seriously, it feels like it. It really feels like it.
Cheryl's watching. No.
I was watching carefully.
Okay, so I have to give a little bit of story with Olga, because we met. Do you remember?
No. Yes, it was GSF Dublin. It was GSF Dublin. Yes, and you were my official hugger for the day, for the entire.
Because Olga and we see each other from far.
Yes,
she's very tall. Okay.
True that. I remember I walked into the room, and typically I got used to everybody's around about a little bit lower than I am, especially if I'm in high heels. And then I see Philippe, and I'm like, hi. Hi. I could not just ignore that. And then since then, we just were literally giving each other beautiful hugs, just like with Eksteen, actually the same way. I actually connected with so many people through a heartfelt hug at the PSA associations and events and conferences. Seriously. And one of the reasons why I go to events typically is to hug people, because this is beautiful. It's amazing. Look at us. We are international. We are global today. We're journeying from all over the world, but we cannot hug. So I cannot wait to see both of you. And of course, you, my dear friend Eksteen, at the next event. Hopefully.
Oh, poor Eksteen.
Oh yeah. I can tell you, Olga, that I will be there.
Beautiful. I'll see you then.
That's a commitment.
Yeah, it is.
So what I also want to say is I'm feeling a little bit left out and jealous because she's talking about Philippe's hugs first. You know, that feels so unfair. You know, I remember hugging everybody to death at Dublin. And not getting COVID there, but actually picking it up on the plane back. And I thought to myself, that is such a bad thing, you know, sort of like going there, enjoying 5 days of cuddles and then getting stuck with COVID, not even when you were trying, you know, sort of thing.
But, you know,
Anyways.
I heard about that meeting, how fabulous it was afterwards. So there's something that happened in Dublin. I don't know, but I heard it was absolutely fabulous meeting.
What happened in Dublin stays in Dublin.
Yeah, that's what you say. Ask Carol.
Apparently it's the same for Bali and for Namibia or wherever we are, you know. What I like is the because you get to know each other over a few years and you sort of like we connect during the years as well. But when you see each other, we do little things like there's a beer club, there's a cigar club, there's a whiskey club. There's every time somebody gets together, you're like, okay, should we go for a whiskey? Yes. And there's all of a sudden you form a whiskey club. And so now with Philippe and a few others around the world, when we get together, sort of like, hey, what kind of stuff have you learned about technology recently? How are you combining stuff? Because I'm at heart a massive nerd, you know? So it's always good to hear what people are doing around the world, not only technology, but also in practice and culturally.
Yes.
All right. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to look to our next speaker. So thank you, Philippe. All right. Thank you, Rhannon. By the way, I keep on wanting to say Rhannon because I don't know. It's just Irish family thing for me that just want to go to the Irish name. By the way, I got some red. It's not the... Yeah, but it makes me look like a superhero. You know, I don't want to do that. I'm not one of those. I'll just go for the red pocket square there.
More red as well than Eksteen.
You started a trend on red now, which is not my favorite color, but okay. Fantastic. So I think you've got a next speaker up for us, and I'm going to let you introduce her.
Of course. And I'm really grateful for you, Eksteen, because you're the one that actually allowed me to practice the name. Because here's the thing. When you are, I'm seeing hosting events and stuff like that, it's very easy to mispronounce somebody else's name. And myself having quite tricky name, or surname, should I say, Geidane, also can be quite tricky for other people to mispronounce. So my dear Oksa, I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing in advance, but everybody, I would like to highly recommend to always, as MC, as an event host, to always reach out to organize and actually ask, how do you say the name? Because some people can be really offended. I'm not, because I just got used to just, you know what, just let it go. And that's my advice for all speakers as well. If somebody mispronounces your name, just beautifully let it go, because people sometimes don't even know how to say it. But it's my absolute pleasure to invite this beautiful soul into our room today. It is my honor to introduce Åsa Sandberg, a leading voice in sustainability. Oh, you just speak to my heart right now. And food waste reduction. As a moderator, strategist, and a board member, she has been at the forefront of Sweden's sustainability movement. Oh, thank you so much for that, darling. Thank you. Working with organizations like FAO and the Nordic Council of Ministers. Åsa played a key role in launching Too Good to Go in Sweden and previously led sustainability communication at COP. She also moderated the Nordic Food Waste Summit, which brought together top leaders, including HR Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden and HR Princess Mary of Denmark, attracting over 600,000 online viewers. passionate and deeply connected within the global sustainability network, OXA is dedicated to reducing food loss and driving impactful change. Please welcome the board member of National Speaker Association Sweden, Åsa Sandberg, into our virtual stage.
Olga, thank you so much for those words. I feel like I'm blushing. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us, me, and also Sweden as part of this wonderful day together that we are having. Sweden might not be one of the biggest countries, but we are definitely an impactful one nonetheless. So I'm here to just quickly brief you a little bit about Sweden and the National Speaker Association, which I have been a part in since almost the start. We're actually celebrating 10 years today, which feels amazing. As many of you know who are part of different speaker association out there, this associations really gathers speakers, keynote speakers, and moderators from all over the world and locally. And when I started, I was, as many of you, just a solo player, traveling around with your rucksack or your backpack or whatever luggage you are having, from hotel to hotel, very solo. And the initiation of the Swedish Speaker Association, which actually then happened 10 years ago, it was to gather all these people that are around in Sweden to see if we could be stronger together, collaborate together, learn from each other, and really help each other to get new businesses. And when this association started, I don't actually know if the people that were actually part of that first meeting, if they actually knew what they were starting, because since then, so much has happened and so many friendships and businesses has occurred where speakers have collaborated and really bonded, and now it's like we are all one family. All of a sudden we're not solo, we're actually family, and now we're obviously part of a bigger international family as well. And I think that Sweden, being quite a small country as it is, this is really what is needed here. I mean, there is only that much business that can be done here. And that is then what you need. You need a network to help you to think creatively, to bounce ideas with, to learn from, and to share ideas with. Maybe also even when things are not really going as great as you want it to go. This occupation, it goes like this, right, as many of you know. And especially when we experienced the pandemic together, it was very tough for many of us. And I mean, the survival was actually to have this association, to really feel like you're not alone, and to come up with creative ideas on how are we going to do about this? What can we do to survive? And we really did. So I'm grateful to stand here today representing Sweden. As Olga was mentioning, I'm both working as a moderator and a keynote speaker, and this association is actually facilitating for both. So all these 10 years, which has gathered so many amazing people in Sweden, I think is definitely worth a cheering for. And it's worth cheering for us even being such colleagues that we all are in this sphere of people. We could be competitors, right? But that's not the mindset that is part of this, the ground for both obviously the Swedish association, but also the global association. And I think that's amazing. And hands down, I can definitely say that paying the membership fee for this association is the best membership fee I've ever paid in my whole entire life. So if you want to join the Swedish crowd, of course, we will welcome you with open arms. And thank you so much for facilitating this wonderful, wonderful event where we get to learn so much from colleagues all around the world. Thank you so much.
Seems like the mouse had a bit of a scurried away there, looking for a bit of cheese or something. I wouldn't know what happened to that mouse, but here we are. Olga, I leave it to you.
Thank you, Eksteen. Aksa, I must say, this is beautiful. And I'm truly amazed by your impact and the work that you have done. And I can just absolutely feel your beautiful energy that's coming through. And I think very often we as speakers, we're thinking it's about just going out there and delivering a keynote and making a difference. But I think it's who you are really matters, because who you are will help you attract opportunities and movements and other people who will get involved because of who you are. And right now, I could absolutely genuinely feel the essence of you coming right through there. So thank you so much for being so authentic and so beautiful soul. Seriously, you were just brilliantly showing there what you're standing for. And I cannot wait to see even bigger impact. We definitely need to talk more.
Yes, thank you. It's giving me goosebumps here. Thank you so much.
Love that. That's amazing. Thank you. That was beautiful, right?
Wasn't it just? I think there's two things that you mentioned that I thought was interesting. One is about size of associations. The other one is about timing. The Netherlands will celebrate its 20th year next year. We've never been a big association, but we tend to punch a little bit above our weight. I mean, this afternoon, Paul Terval's going to speak, and he is Sir Paul Terval these days because of his knighthood. And he's been a GSF president. We've always had GSF members, or basically board representatives on the board as well. We've been involved in so many new initiatives. One of the initiatives was Vrouwen Scheidemaker that started the European association, or basically the European convention, which is basically a designation we add to a specific association in a specific country. So it rotates. And that way we can say, well, okay, we've focused this year on Germany, we've focused this year on the UK, or we focused this year on France. And so we can learn not just from each other, but we can also sort of all focus in one specific direction and support one another. So, but it doesn't matter how small or how big it is. Something that Rhannon and Philippe also said is they talked about the headliners. In South Africa, it's called the luminaries. In South Africa, in the Netherlands, we just call it the pros. And so when you get to a certain level with your speaking, you want to know a little bit more. You want to delve deeper into things that are specific nuances in the way that you do your business. And so when you're still figuring out what your speech is going to be about or who your target audience is, there's very little time for those nuances. But the moment you start getting those basics, you then realize that is so much more to play for. Discovering your own voice, figuring out what type of voice you have, working with voice coaches. One of the most amazing voice coaches I've worked with is Laura Baxter, American, living in Germany, married to a German guy. And so it's interesting how this international community also fits together. And so one, don't have to be small to be amazing. And two, we don't have to be old or young to have a contribution. And that is true for ages of people as well as associations. So I think, Olga, what we need to do is see who's up next.
Ooh, Eksteen, next is a very exciting part because we have heard from absolutely brilliant speakers today, representatives of the boards and presidents, and you name it. I feel like we're literally on a red carpet today. It's like a red carpet event, seriously. And I think it's time to spice things up. And it's not what you think, everybody. It's not what you think, everybody. It's about doing something different because it's great to listen to speakers, but actually right now we're going to go into the panel discussion. And for this part, actually, Eksteen, I will give over to you because I know you have prepared something very, very special for us. So over to you, Eksteen. Please tell us what is that extra spicy part of this event today?
So everybody is maybe European here, but I have African roots. So what we did is we had a discussion with South Africa, and knowing that internet timelines are internet connections cannot always be that easy to maintain and have access to, we actually have this running on a buffer. So you will hear it a little bit behind the speaker speaking. So hope you enjoyed this. And I'm going to introduce the first person that's going to introduce us to the rest of the panel. And that is Joni Petty. Now, Joni Petty has a heart of gold. I've been serving with her for a while on the Global Speaker Federation board, and at the same time travels around the world and supports speakers everywhere. Now, currently, she is where the sun rises first in the world, or close to it anyway. And so she's not here with us live. She's coming out to us with a buffer. So here we go. Without further ado, Joni Petty.
And the day has finally arrived, the 14th of March, and it's Professional Speakers Celebration Day. Hello, everybody. We are the professional speakers of Southern Africa. And the only reason I'm opening is that I am the Global Speaker Federation representative for the professional speakers of Southern Africa. My goodness gracious, isn't that a big mouthful? So I'm hugely enthusiastic because this is our third Professional Speakers Celebration Day. And Dr. John Molidor, who started it 3 years ago, I was working still on the board then under his presidency. And I think it's a brainchild. It's a brainchild of saying, right, let's take that Caveat Robert quote. He was one of the co-founders of the National Speakers Association. And what did he say? He said, don't worry about how we divide up the pie. There's enough for everybody. Let's just make the pie bigger. And that's exactly what we want to do. But I thought I'd just introduce PSAS because not a lot of people around the world know about us and know some really good things about us. I was president in 2020, the dreaded COVID year. And I have to say it was a tough year, but it was a beautiful year for PSASA because we have got 4 chapters, geographic areas. And if you don't know South Africa, these are them: Johannesburg, Pretoria, Cape Town, and Durban. And then we've got a 5th chapter, which is our virtual chapter. So we want to make the pie bigger. If you go to any one of our 4 city chapters, you can go to the first meeting for free. And then if you attend our virtual chapter, you can also go for free. So we really want to bring people into this industry sector. We nurture our speakers, trainers, facilitators, and coaches. So we've got 3 different classes. People new coming into the industry can go to a launch class. And maybe Mariette knows a lot more than I do. She can speak about that later. And we will nurture you through to how do you become a speaker, facilitator, trainer, or coach. Then once you've done that for a while, you can go to a next speaker class, which we call Liftoff. So Liftoff is you really getting into your business and you're making this a profession. And then we've got a 3rd class called Luminary, when you have been a professional for a number of years. And the Luminary people go, yes, we would like you into that particular class. I have to say that I'm very fortunate and grateful that I'm part of Luminary, and I work my clients' diaries around attending that once a month. So PSASA really adds value. And I'll just end off about kind of, flying our flag high in Southern Africa to say that we have got some beautiful values. And these all begin with C. And the first one is community. And I really feel welcomed, whatever city I go into in South Africa, part of that community, which is fantastic. Our second value is collaboration. And we know how to do that well. So we collaborate when we have our April convention, which you're listening to this in March, still time to book a ticket and get to Johannesburg for our April convention. Look at our website. We have a midterm convention. We collaborate, different chapters host that, and that's normally in October of each year. We have got great competence, and we've got a blueprint to show all of our capabilities and how we can level up. So we really help each other with our competencies. We boost confidence. I've got people that I've nurtured into this association who came in shuddering in their boots, and they're now singing from the rooftops, having written books and speaking around the world confidently. So that's another value. It takes courage to be a speaker. It's not easy. And we really try and help each other to step into our zones of fear. So courage is our value. And then guess what? Southern Africa has celebration as a value. And we know that actually if we celebrate together and we break bread together and we sit around the fire together, we are going to each help each other. And that ladders up into all the other values I've spoken about. So welcome everybody. And I'm going to, Steve Johnson will be our next PSA president come April after our convention. So I'm going to throw the baton over to him. And with this question, Steve, we decided this celebration day to have this overarching theme, African Voices, where impact means legacy. Have you got, you're a great storyteller, have you got a short story in terms of how you have helped build legacy in any of the speakers that you have worked with or any of the communities you have worked in?
Thanks, Joni, and welcome to everybody there from Southern Africa. As you can see, I'm from Johannesburg. Legacy is what I talk about. But a quick story. I've just come back from an extensive trip in northern Malawi, where we've been doing work with wildlife and conservation in some of the national parks there. And in one of the villages surrounding it, they've got a scheme going where by helping them increase their livestock, etc., they actually make quite a lot of money and uplift their lives. And while we had one old man telling us the story of his upliftment and what's done for the family, this young man stepped forward and said, sorry, but I'm this man's son, but he's forgotten to tell us something, okay? And he proceeded to tell us, he impeccably, beautiful English, so confident, how his parents, in getting that extra money, had sent him to college and he got some certificate. But the way he spoke, the command, the way he stood there, it just gave me such hope for Africa that young people like that exist out there. And we need to be harnessing that. A quick statistic here, by 2050, the youth bulge of any of the continents will be largest in Africa, okay? And so you're going to have millions upon millions of these young, wonderful people that we need to get our voices through to so that their voice can be heard. And so, you know, that's the hope and the wish that, you know, we in PSA SA can expand beyond our borders. We're already working in some neighboring countries, but just get to work across Africa and just realize what that young man brought that day. It just really touched my heart. Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, Steve. So yes, one of the pale lines we're thinking about, you know, using a lot in PSASA is every word we speak today will shape tomorrow's story. So how can we, beyond our borders, uplift them? That was a beautiful Malawian story. I'm now looking to the gorgeous Terry, who's got lovely African earrings, and I've got a bit of African earring envy. Terry, when you think about African voices and generations rising, and Steve's great stat about, you know, the youth and the bulge in Africa, you know, what comes to mind for you and in the context of Professional Speakers Celebration Day?
So the first thing I want to say about African voices is they are not heard, they are felt. We feel Africa's voices coming through every speaker here, every speaker in Africa. We feel these voices right back to the ancestors, and we feel them right back to the future. Well, not back, right into the future. So we feel our African voices, and it is our strength.
Well said, well said. Actually, if we think about the brain, Terry's just so spot on. You know, we all think as speakers, you've got to be cognitively sharp, but that's just the very tiny bit behind your forehead here. The base of your brain is all feeling centers, and we need to feel each other. Who remembers that quote, Maya Angelou? You know, people don't remember what you said, but they remember how you felt. I'm sure I haven't said that quite correctly. George, how you made them feel. Thank you. George, let's throw the baton to you. How are you celebrating Professional Speakers Celebration Day, and are you doing anything different in your sphere of influence?
Yeah, sure. They say the greatest power in all creation is the mind. And as speakers, we speak into people's minds to get them to do things that they may be afraid to do or not think about. And Africa's greatest strength is its cultural and linguistic diversity. With all that diversity, we can create magic. And by 2050, we will be 2.5 billion people in Africa. And there's a huge opportunity there for us, not only to shine as Africans, but to speak into each other's hearts and minds.
Look at spot on, and a lovely stat, hearts and minds, really linking into what Terry said, which is so beautiful. Let's go to the gorgeous Mariette Fisso, who's been so helpful to all of us at PSAS. You're one of the hardest working people I know, Mariette. So thank you for bringing Professional Speakers Celebration Day alive from the Cape, where people are normally quite lazy. I'm only teasing. There's lots of people on this call from the Cape. I knew that would be no reactions. Let's maybe tell everybody that as people in Africa, and especially Southern Africa, we like to tease each other and joke with each other, and we've got self-depreciation, sense of humor. So I'm sure they're not going to hold that against me, but maybe they will, who knows.
And we always claim that the Cape Town people are very laid back.
They're laid back.
Slide uphill.
Exactly. And they even speak slowly and beautifully.
Yes,
they're far more articulate than we are in the north. Mariette, what makes your heart sing for Professional Speakers Celebration Day?
Years ago, I just dreamed of being the speaker, and then I became qualified, and I went through all the speaking trainings they could find, and then I found out nobody wanted to listen to me because I can't sell myself. And when I walked into PSAS, they started to teach me, oh, no, you need to build a speaking career. And there's a whole business that needs to develop. So I joined the liftoff class in the speaker class for the PSAS. And I started to learn all sorts of aspects of that business that needs to be built. There's something like a client relationship that needs to be established. But before you can have the client relationship, you need to find the client. So there's the marketing strategy and the branding and everything that goes with that. And it opened my eyes that, you know, we just hear about all these charges we can charge. But if you do not have the real business strategy that you bring to the table, nobody will know what you can sell them. And so I make it my task in Global Women Mastermind, PSAS, and wherever I go. I build people's businesses. I go out of my way to build speaking career businesses because that's the only way we're going to hear those lovely voices and feel that African arts.
Oh, thank you for doing that. Thank you, thank you. And that's why I'm in charge of Liftoff, because there is so much more than just getting up on a stage and speaking. The whole business acumen behind all of that is imperative. And because you felt that pain, you are the best person to teach it. So thank you very much. Marlene, let's go over to you. In terms of celebrating Professional Speakers Celebration Day, are you doing anything differently?
Hi, Joni. Hi, everyone. Yes, what a fantastic day. And I'm so excited that I can be part of it this year. I think for a celebration of just being a speaker, and like Mariette said, you know, being able to establish a business, I have taken it upon myself to reach out to various different cultures in smaller towns and also the youth, in order to ensure that we can spread beyond the borders of just our meetings that we regularly have. And so at those opportunities, you know, to speak on stage, I also, you know, encourage and teach, you know, younger speakers like the youth or aspiring speakers, you know, novice speakers, and encourage them to join us and to really build their legacy that we mentioned earlier. And recently I've done that in a small town here in the Western Cape called Malmesbury last weekend. And it was just absolutely Malmesbury. Yes, you should actually say it like that, Steve, you're right. And it was wonderful to connect with the youth and just to connect with that community and to see that there is a need within the community for that leadership. Because very often people have the dream, but they don't know how to go about it. And so that's how I celebrate. I give back through language, culture, and training.
Beautiful. And thank you for doing that. That's really extending the heart of actually how we recruit people in. But even if they never become a speaker, you've increased their confidence, and they will go and do whatever they need to do to make a difference in their communities. Beautiful. Let's go to Claudio. Claudio, so you have also been greatly helpful with Professional Speakers Celebration Day for Southern Africa. What are you doing anything differently to make sure that we make this pie a bigger pie? Because there's enough for everybody.
Thank you, Joni, and hello to everybody. So we focus on the celebration, which you mentioned is a core value of PSAS, but there's also a community and collaboration. And for me, it's, of course, the confidence and the courage. They all tie in. And if I just look at the philosophy which was taught to me over a number of years about we've got to harness our superpower, our power, which is our speaking ability, you said articulate and so forth, but also our positioning. And in my time in the military, I was always taught that power plus position gives you an advantage if you have power and no position. So it's so important to be visible, to have people on people's radar and so forth. It's very applicable in our everyday life. And having a deficiency in one, you can have more in the other, then it compensates. That gives you the edge. But really in Africa, if we just look at our core values, our view of power is a little bit nuanced, a little bit different, where we talk about this connection and caring. You may have heard of Ubuntu. And that's this invisible power which gives us the edge, where we all feel connected and we're all rooting for each other, and we enable each other. And really that's also a form of power which is often forgotten. And that's what I'd like to share about celebration.
Now, what an excellent point around Ubuntu. And I have to say, maybe this is a bit of honesty hour, but when I first joined PSAS, I think it was about 15 years ago. We've been going for 24 years, thanks to Steph Duplessis, who was our founding member. But I remember initially, I felt like it was a very pale male club. I'm going to be very honest about this. So I exited left. I thought, this is not for me. It's pale male. It's not for me. And I think things have changed radically. Maybe it was just those people at the time who had the wherewithal to speak. And this Ubuntu is such a beautiful message because of, I would say, in the last 8-9 years, the ability to help each other and root for each other, as Claudia has just said, has come to the fore. And people don't have any kind of hierarchical stigma. You've been speaking for 20 years or you've been speaking for 20 months. There is that at all of our chapter meetings, we give exposure to each other. There's very alive chapter meeting WhatsApp groups and Facebook groups. And there's so much support, whether you're going to do a talk at a school, whether you're doing any kind of give back. This mutual support and Ubuntu is a lovely Africanism that we have, and we have embraced it in our association. Steve, it sounded like you wanted to build on what I said, did you?
Yeah, very much so, Joni, in that I do the orientation session once a month for all of our new members. And I stress in that every time that this is not about me, okay? It's not about I. We're a family. We are a network of people. And I don't know a single person in our association that doesn't willingly give of their time and help lift other people up and nurture them and push them onto the stage and help them get their careers going willingly for no reward. And it's just such a beautiful kind of group of people that I've never seen it before. We really are a family. And I think what you were just saying there, this Ubuntu thing, is that we are who we are because of who we are with and among. Okay. So, it's a family. And that's what we're celebrating today. Southern Africa's family.
That's what we're celebrating. Terry, I'm going to come to you now, but I'm going to give a very short war story. The other day, I was at a big banking client corporate conference, and what the lady that introduced me was wonderful, just so eloquent and so lovely. And I thought this lady should be running a parallel life, working in the bank, and she should be becoming a speaker. So I went to her tea time. Her name is Lucretia. You don't know what bank, we've got thousands of people. I said, Lucretia, can I say something to you? The way you introduced me with warmth, and Terry, you mentioned the feeling word earlier, with such feeling and depth and humility and humor. I mean, it was just like a recipe for success. Have you ever thought about being a speaker? Do you know, she burst into tears. She said, Joni, I lost my mother 6 months ago, and my mother always said to me, Lucretia, you will be a brilliant speaker. And she said, I want to do this to honor my mother, but I'm trapped in this corporate field now. How can I possibly do this? I said, you can easily run a parallel track. You come to PSAS Johannesburg chapter meetings. You go and start speaking at schools for free. You do all sorts of things. And then when your speaking business overtakes your banking salary, then you hop ship and you leave the bank. She said, could I really do that? I said, you could really do that. So I think it's also for all of us, you can see, some people, they don't have to be linguistically powerful. You can just see they've got a heartfelt message to share with the world. And I think if we all keep our eyes open to identifying those people and nurturing them, as Steve has just said, it will be fantastic.
Yeah.
Terry?
Just a quick one. Yes. One of the things that I think we as speakers globally, the central core message is we as speakers want to make the world a better place. We want to leave the world a better place. That is central to everything that we kind of stand for.
100%. And actually, speakers often share their values. I have 3. I want to, relationships matter, I exercise optimism, and I want to be mad. And my daughters always say to me, but you are mad. I said, no, this mad is make a difference. So I know I am.
She's mad, believe us, she's mad.
I don't mind being mad. Terry, have you got any war stories in the realm of Professional Speakers Celebration Day?
A war story actually about starting to speak. Years ago when I started speaking, I would get up and I was incoherent, I would stutter, I would sweat, and really the support of the people around you who believe in you way before you believe in yourself makes an incredible difference. And last night, me alongside with 3 other people from PSA stood on a stage, 320 people in the audience, loads of applause, and you look back and you think how far you've come, but you didn't come alone. You have come this distance because of every single person who has given you advice, who supported you, who's written that WhatsApp, who's cheered you on. And I think that is worth celebrating, that we go together.
Yeah.
Thank you, Terry. Now, this is a quiz. Who knows the African proverb about, you never do it alone? What is the proverb?
Something about African village?
Journey.
It's one to build.
If you're going on a journey, if you want to go far, go together. If you want to go fast, then go alone.
Okay. Yeah. Steve, say it again. We need to hear that again. Say it again, brother.
So if you want to go on a journey and you need to go fast, well, go alone. But if you want to go on a very long journey, go together with everybody else, but it'll be slow.
Absolutely, too beautiful. And Terry's story is really reminiscent of that. We've got only... Yes, George, please do. We've only got 3 minutes left.
Before we close, and that is, there's the famous quote from... It says that start with the end in mind. Stephen Covey says start with the end in mind. What do we want for Africa? Speaking to that legacy thing.
Yeah.
And therefore, once we know what we want as a legacy for Africa, what are the things the various chapters are doing to get us there? And that is going to be our task as we leave the room, to say what are the things that we put together so that the end in mind, we see it today. I think that's very important.
So true. Start with the end in mind. And actually, we want people who hold each other accountable. We want people, as Terry's just said, to walk the journey together. We want people, like Marlene said, which is really all about the youth and legacy and leadership. We want things that Mariette said. We want speakers who can really manage their entire business and have a sales pipeline and market themselves. So there's so much that we can do to help each other. Let's close out with maybe an inspiring, what is your favorite thing to say to someone? And it may be, beyond just becoming a speaker, but they may be deciding to start their own business. And what's the one line of encouragement you would give them? So this is a challenge. So hand up when you've got the one line you would like to say, which forms a little, earworm in their brain, and they remember your one line. Okay, George, I saw your hand first.
Okay. We are what we think about every day.
Yep. We are what we think about every day, and absolutely true. I live to that. Terry, I saw your hand go up.
I want to say, take that first step. Just do it.
Exactly. No matter how small, no matter how big, take that small step. Just do it. Yes. Good old Nike, just do it. I saw your hand. What's the one thing you would say to someone starting out?
Well, one thing that I tell a lot of people is you have to think big to do big. So it fits in with what George says. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Think big to do big. That's beautiful. Mariette.
So in order to have a turning point, you need to take a proactive action that will trigger the change. A lot of us want to change.
Yep.
If you don't take that proactive action, you will never see that change.
Excellent.
Proactive action, that's beautiful. And I love the fact that you've got proactive in there, not just action. You've got to kind of get out there and be proactive, not just reactive. Mariette, that's excellent. Marlene, have you got something that you want to say as an inspiring line to a new person, new speaker?
Well, and again, I think it comes back to what Terry said earlier about the fact that we feel and, who we are. And I would say to somebody that's starting out, share that ray of light inside you wherever you go.
Wonderful. Excellent. Yeah.
Share that ray of light. We've all got that inner ray of light, and sometimes it's under too much mud. We need to expose it. Yes. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Claudia, you haven't said what you would say to someone, and you gave us a beautiful Ubuntu discussion. But what would you say to a new speaker?
I would say embrace a mindset that's able to shift from we to I. In joining our fellow speaker association, PSAS, or whatever in the world, the we is, if you don't find a mentor, like Toastmasters is a mentor, if there's no mentor, then get involved, volunteer, give, and then connect. And then we'll connect with people, and then the mentor will appear, because we get to know each other behind the scenes, so to speak, but then be able to shift the I immensely, because as Kevin Roberts says, you can have a beautiful intro and a beautiful theme song, but as soon as you open your mouth, it's just you. So there is an element of I also, but having to be able to switch and harness that, the sooner the better.
Yes, exactly.
Great stuff.
You stole what I was going to say, and we don't Africa, Claudia, so that's bad behavior. I was going to say that have an accountability partner. I can remember I was pretty much like Terry. I was shaking in my boots. In fact, my vocal quality, my vocal cords froze in one talk. That's how nervous I was. So it's at a cellular level. Is have a buddy where you can phone and say, I've got to give this talk, and it's slightly different to what I normally do. How can I make it more fun, experiential? Have a little story in it. Please help. And everybody. Steve, you said that so beautifully earlier today. So have a buddy. That will certainly help you. And then what I also wanted to say is I want to say that actually when we are having fun, and I tell this to every new person because I'm, fascinated by the brain, is that when we are having fun, we are 33% more productive. So, as Mariette said earlier, starting a business and pipeline and invoicing and marketing, it's not easy. But you've got to have a fun lens on it. And this is great work by Sean Acor and his book, The Happiness Advantage. Have fun, then you are 33% more productive. And it really goes to what Marlene said, that inner glow will shine out of you as well. So in closing, is that thank you, Caveat Roberts, for making the power bigger and giving us that inspirational line. Thank you, the Global Speakers Federation, for making sure that this Professional Speakers Celebration Day goes ahead in our third year, as I said at the start. And we, as professional speakers of Southern Africa, want to show you that we're diverse, we are vibrant, and we are a community of talented individuals. Thank you, everybody. Let's go out and help the world be a better place with our African voices.
Fantastic. Thanks,
Thank
Jody.
you, thank you,
Wonderful.
thank you.
Thanks very much, everybody.
That was truly magnificent. And I must share with you this little story. It happened in Bali. What right now we heard from our South African delegation, because it was the whole delegation, the whole panel, the way how they are, it's truly how they are. It truly is. Because when we were in Bali, the conference, what happened was different people had different parties. And I was so busy with everything else that I did not join any WhatsApp groups. And then these beautiful South African people, they said, Olga, we will adopt you. Come. We, South African family, we are adopting you. So now we have this official term. I am officially adopted by our South African delegation from Bali last year, September last year in Bali. So yes, I'm delighted to be part of the family. But I really like the phrase that was shared there, that share your light regardless where you go. I think this is so beautiful. If only we can make the world better every single time, better than we found it, better than we came across that, we will live in a fantastic world. And Eksteen, I'm so glad that you're from South Africa as well, because honestly, that means you are my brother officially since I was adopted by South African delegation.
Yeah, the thing is, that's one of the things that we're talking about, the Ubuntu principle. And we're also talking about feeling. In Africa, we feel because we're allowed to. We're warm and caring because we're allowed to, because we only allowed as much feeling as that others allow us to have. And I think that's one thing about this Ubuntu. People tend to sort of think of it as a principle or like a model or something, but it's not that. It is felt. It's not done. So you can go into any community. I mean, I did some charity work with some charities in some of the townships, and specifically in Johannesburg. And it was just so amazing to walk in there and you see that no matter how little or how much people have, there's a sense of sharing. There's a sense of community. There's a sense of doing things together. One of the wonderful things in South Africa is something called a stokvel. It's basically a way of saving. So people get together and they go, you know what? I'll give, let's say, a tenner this month, and you do the same, and 10 of us or 12 of us do that, and we've got covered a year that way. And so in month one, somebody gets all 12 the contributions. I can imagine what kind of trust you need to have to then be the last person in that queue. And because it's not transactional, but relational, you have those connections and those communities. And I think that's one thing that I've learned also in the PSA and in the Global Speaker Federation community, is that there's quite a lot of people that believe in that sense of community and connection. And that's one of the reasons why I'm there anyway. And I found it in my sister, Olga.
This is beautiful. And I'm so grateful for this connection, seriously, because amount of conversations we have, amount of beautiful, beautiful discussions we have is just amazing. And it's great that actually right now we also united our powers together to create this beautiful event where people can learn from those who are speaking today, and those who are speaking can again unite together and build even better collaborations. Who knows? In any case, let's not make it longer. Eksteen, I'm really excited about the next part. Please tell us what is happening next, and everybody embrace yourself.
So for the next bit, we're going to talk to somebody that founded the Netherlands. But he wasn't the only founder of the Netherlands, because before that official bit existed, before the legal structure existed, there was somebody called Hans Rhannon that started it. And then Porter, Waal, and him started the association officially and created that. And Paul will probably rectify me if I've got anything wrong here. And that it grew through the years. And Paul went on to bigger and brighter things. I mean, eventually being president of the Global Speaker Federation, getting the knighthood for his services to speaking. And if you know Paul, you know he doesn't brook fools. So that's what I also enjoy. You know, in the Dutch Association, yes, there's warmth and caring, but it's also a case of, stop with the BS, get your nose to the grindstone, do what you need to do, sometimes we need a little bit of a kick under the backside, not just the hugs. The hugs are always there anyway. So, and then Alan Stevens, which is more the hugging side for me, because when I was originally introduced to Alan, he became my speaker coach, and I traveled to London at least once a month to go visit him. And he always said, "Let's go to my club," and it sounded so posh and so sort of like la-di-da. And I went like, "Okay, let's go do that." And you just sat there in a chair, and we talked, and we worked through some stuff. It was a really amazing learning experience. It got to meet so many wonderful people at the same time. Did my first speaker factor competition. That's also another thing that the Global Speaker Federation offers. You know, just like Toastmasters have their competitions, we have ours too. And those awards actually give you a bit of a kick into self-confidence on one hand, and because you're being adjudicated if your speech is also bookable. Can you make money with this? And the feedback you get from that can be amazing. So I know I was standing there, I've been speaking since I was probably knee-high to a grasshopper, but I was bricking it because I'm going to now talk to my peers. And if it wasn't for Alan, I probably would have. And so it was a really interesting experience. In that first, I also met Maria Franzoni that gave me some really interesting tips. It was really nice. And so as part of that whole community, Alan introduced me. And so not only that, he told me clubs. And I went like, okay, this sounds fancy. I want a club too. So I looked at some clubs in London and I went like, yeah, but is it worth the money for just once a month? And found on the Reform Club's website, I found the Big Industrial Club in Amsterdam, or the Royal Big Industrial Club in Amsterdam. And I went like, okay, there's something like that in Amsterdam. And that led to a completely new community of people with amazing insights, sharing amazing stories. And we have 10 to 15 lectures a week. So a learning community from one to the other and sharing that information again. So thank you, PSA. Thank you, GSF. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Paul. And without further ado, let's get those two gentlemen on the stage.
Hello,
Hey.
Paul. Hello, Alan.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Olga. Hello, Eksteen. Sir Alan.
Sir Paul.
And then a fun bit for you, Paul. There was somebody here today that was hoping he would see you, but unfortunately had to leave a little bit earlier.
Oh.
Do you recognize that person?
Yeah, I've been quite busy with Hans the last couple of weeks. I helped him on a nice gig in Dubai.
Awesome.
That's part of what we do and what we should talk about.
Collaboration.
What we're going to do is we're going to leave you two to talk us about this. And there's the Middle Eastern crowd. There's the beer clubs. There's the whiskey clubs. There's the we're going to leave you to that. We're not going to spoil too much of the fun.
Wait, you're us calling now Stettler and Waldorf.
I thought in Dutch it was called Jip and Janneke.
Yeah. No, it's a little bit different, but it's the same.
It's the
and
same.
I can tell you, we acted like that, Alan and I, on stage.
We did. It's very good. We should talk a bit about collaboration, Paul, shouldn't we? Really, about international
Absolutely.
collaboration. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
And obviously, we had a little chat off air, as you would when you're preparing these things. We've got a whole load of categories written down, about 10 categories, 9 categories written down here.
Wow.
Do you want to just kick off and say something about collaboration, and then we'll sort of run through these points?
Yeah. Well, for me, collaboration as speakers together is something that should grow in a natural way. Over the years, you talk to people during conventions or online the last couple of years, of course. And I sometimes notice that you are pressing to get a gig out of somebody. Hey, can you help me out? And what I see that the best collaboration is born when there is trust. Yes. And trust comes by talking to one another. I was thinking about our first meeting, and that was in July 2006.
Yes, indeed. That's nearly 20 years ago, mate.
Almost 20 years. So it's
And you were sitting front line because in those days for the GSF and then International Federation for Professional Speakers, I still know the name, IFFPS.
Yeah.
Hans and I were candidate members with the Germans, and we were sitting second row because the members, the representative of the board, they were sitting first row, and you and Leslie Everett were sitting in front of us.
That's right, we were.
And that was the first time that we met and started talking about, hey, are you starting an association in the Netherlands? And how can we be of support to you? And that's the way it goes in collaboration. For me, it's always give and receive and not give and take. So you need to give to others and then you will receive at some point.
I think that's right, Paul. It's a great memory, actually. And it's a great memory because I remember helping a lot of associations. We've both done that, helped a lot of associations to form. It's part of what the GSF does. It's part of what collaboration's all about, is nurturing associations and helping them to get started and giving them ideas and actually going to speak at them. I mean, I don't know, like you, I think I've spoken at the opening events of many national conferences, many national associations. And it's always been a great pleasure to do so. I remember the French convention. You were probably there as well, I'm sure. Where we had the wonderful experience of translators who didn't do simultaneous translation, but did subsequent translation. And there was a lovely lady who used to follow us around the stage, and we would say a sentence and she would say a sentence. I remember it was always great. But coming back to collaboration, I think for me, like you, I've attended dozens of national conventions and global speakers events and so on. And it's always enhanced the relationship. It's always made the relationship better. And what we have now, what both of us have, and what many people in GSF have, is a number of friends around the world that we can call. I could pick up the phone to you or send you a message, and we can do that to 100 people. Probably, Lindsay Adams in Australia, and any number of people in, America, the Netherlands, Sweden, and so on. And actually, what it provides you with is that kind of the global perspective. You got a global perspective because we don't all think the same. Even in the same country, we don't all think the same. But it's important that we do. So one of the things that we talked about beforehand was cross-cultural learning. How you just talked about the helping hands out in Dubai. We've both worked in Dubai. We know that the culture in Dubai is not the same as it is here. Quite strongly. So,
and I did some work in Iran as well, and many of the older speakers who could travel there easily because it's more difficult now. And then you call people all over the world of whom they spoke in Tehran. What's it like? How is the culture? What can we say and can't we say? And even for me in Germany, I'm now in Germany this weekend. For me, it's still a different culture. Although we are neighbors, I visit this country for 15 years. I have a small apartment here. Still, the culture is different. So it's always nice that you can call somebody and say, hey, this is what I'm planning to do. Please, can you help me out?
And people always do, don't they? People are always willing to help. There's not anybody.
And if they don't, then you're not going to work with them. And that's fine with me as well. You can say no.
You can say no. But another thing that is good to talk about is global events. We've both been involved in many global events and conferences. And I don't just mean within the GSF. I don't just mean GSS. But I mean any number of global events and conferences. And I think what we do is it allows us, these contacts that we have within the global speaking world, allow us to get invited to those events, to go and speak at those events, to maybe recommend other people to come and speak at those events. And I think it's as a result of that we end up having collaboration between various groups. I know lots of speakers who've written books with other people. I mean, I've written a book with Paul du Toit, as you know, a couple of books. He lives in South Africa. And that would never have come about unless
we wrote a book, and I'm smiling because we organized with a group of 9 speakers to have a coffee table book, and we wrote it in 2019. and it was published the first week of Corona.
Yeah.
So not a big success,
No,
I
not
can
a big
tell
seller.
you. But still, I have those parts. And if somebody asks me, hey, I need an international speaker, and 2 or 3 months ago, somebody asked me, I need a German speaker, but he needs to speak fluently English.
Yes.
And then I said, well, I have a book. And in this book is an article of Ilya and Christian, and connect with them and see, and it worked. So by writing a book or working together, making videos, doing trainings like you and Paul did, it's amazing to work together.
It's extraordinary. I mean, only this week I got a call from somebody in Milan this week, from a finance company in Milan, asking me if I could do some work with them, which I've agreed to do. And I said, how on earth did you get my name? And they said, well, we got your book on our bookshelf. And I said, how on earth did you get that book on your book? And they said, we can't remember. Somebody gave it to us.
And that's the way it should be. I do also a reversed shoplifting.
Oh yeah,
so
we've all done that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I go to the UK.
You better explain that, Paul.
Yeah, we need to explain it. Otherwise, people will come after me.
Yeah.
You take your book and you go to a bookstore, preferably on an airport, and just leave it behind. And I did it in my hometown because then I had self-published my book and I put it in the files, and I was sitting there and somebody took my book out, went to the cashier and said, I want this book. And she looked it up in her computer and it wasn't there. So she said, where did you find it? And he said, over there. She walked over there. I walked over there and I told, that's my book. And it will cost you 25 euros. So, and she sold the book and said, we will order more. I hope she did, but it works. It's selling.
Once I was in a bookshop in Piccadilly in London, Waterstones bookshop in Piccadilly, and one of my books was on the bookshelf, and I had the same experience. It was okay to be there because it was published by a publisher, and I saw somebody pick it up, and as they walked towards the till, I went over to them. I said, "Excuse me, would you like me to sign that?"
Yep.
And they just ran away. I think they thought I was completely mad.
Yeah. But that's the fun part of collaboration. You said Paul Dutoit, I said Steph Duplessis, people all over the world. I'm calling with Lindsay Adams every Sunday morning. For me, morning, for him, evening. And we talk about things happening in the speaking world.
Of course.
And of course, family. But most of the time, it's about the speaking events that we have. And let's
talk about virtual speaking for it. What we're doing right now. You know, as you know, it saved our lives through the COVID pandemic to a large extent. And if you remember, I set up a Facebook group called Remote Speaking that's still going, got to 2,500 members in it. Actually, I should have made it a speaking association, wouldn't I? I'd have got a seat at the table.
You could have called it a virtual speakers
association. I could have called it virtual speaker. I didn't think of that, did I, at the time? But the virtual speaking thing allows us to have collaboration, doesn't it, between different people in different parts of the world, as exactly as we're doing right now. You're sitting in Germany, I'm sitting here in London, and we're talking as though we're in the same room.
It's amazing. I did a lot of international podcasts. I worked with a company from the US, and they looked different podcasts all over the world. That would where my message would fit in. So they sold me to those podcasts, but it was amazing. And it helped me through the 3 years because I've done 28 different podcasts, still have them, can put them on WhatsApp, can put them in YouTube. And it gives you recognition because you're interviewed by somebody somewhere in the world.
Exactly.
So it's amazing.
Exactly that. I think another aspect is about language and translation, because we all use we're using English as a common language at the moment, but there are people who want to present in a particular language and perhaps don't understand the subtleties of somebody else's language. And what you can do is, using particularly things like GSF, you can collaborate between speakers. Can't you? I've got a great example A guy, you remember Sam Silverstein? You know Sam Silverstein.
Of course.
Well, of course, we're past president of NSA. When he was coming to speak at a conference in the UK, in fact, it was when my presidential conference, 2008, he rang me and said, "I've got a story, but I want to make sure it works in Britain," even though it was English, obviously. And he said, "I talk about a porta potty." I said, "No, you mean a portaloo. It's like one of those portable toilets." And he changed that, and he said, "I talk about the Washington Post." And I said, "Well, maybe you should talk about the Times." So he only changed about 4 or 5 different references in his keynote speech, but it was a brilliant example of collaborating and making sure that his speech landed properly in the right country.
Yeah, and I think this is important for a lot of people, especially if English is not your mother language, like me. I think in 2006 my English was terrible because you had school English and we hear it on national television, but it has nothing to do with the real language. And I know that Chris Davidson, one of the big guys as well, we were in Germany and he said, "Paul, you speak quite nice English." He said, "But you know about 2,000 words and we have more than 80,000.
Yeah.
But let's be clear, most Englishmen have less than 2,000 words." So,
how true.
And you know how Chris can say it to you.
I know how Chris can say it to you. Yeah,
it looks like a compliment, but it isn't. But it's fun. And I think a lot of speakers that want to speak all over the world, like you say, check in with somebody in the country where you're going to speak and send them your lines and say, "Hey," or your slides and say, "This is what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah.
Can you look into it and give me advice?" Because we all make mistakes.
And
you can prevent them.
Mentioned Iran earlier on. We've both spoken in Iran, and we know that there are certain things that you can't show on a slide, for example.
Yep.
And I remember being out there with a group of speakers, I'm not going to name names, and they weren't in the speaking associations anyway, but one of them showed a picture of a children's book with Jesus Christ on the cover. And there was dead silence in the auditorium all of a sudden. Nobody said anything, and then somebody rushed on stage and pressed the button and said, "I think we'll go on to the next slide very quickly." I mean, nobody was offended, I don't think, but he should have been warned. You don't do that.
Yeah. I was there last year twice, and I sent all my slides over to an English-speaking guy from Iran. I said, "This is my slideshow. Can you have a look at it?" And he changed 2 or 3 things. Not that amazingly, but it was different than I normally use in the presentation.
And I think sort of following on from that, there's the issue of global branding, I suppose. The fact that you can create a brand that might work very well in your home country, but you probably need to collaborate with other speakers around the world, other experts, branding experts, to say, does that work in Asia? Does it work in does it work in America, and so on? And some of these things don't, do they?
Yeah, I had my website made and checked by Chris. Chris Davidson, because he can change the lines, he can look how you're supposed to present yourself. So I have a Dutch version and an English version, and they are different.
Yeah, and
they're different.
But I mean, but even if you've just got an English language version of your website, you've got to be very careful how you position things and how you describe things in order that you can be understood. Because we're selling speeches around the world these days, aren't we? We're not just selling in our own country. And even within our own country, our audiences come from different cultures. So you can't even assume you've got a homogeneous audience in your own country anymore.
Yep, exactly.
So there's that. There's language and translation. I think there's a knowledge exchange as well. So just being able to talk to somebody else in another country, in another culture, allows you to create that. Well, you might spot a collaboration opportunity that you hadn't thought of before.
Yeah. Well, I listened very carefully to a Swedish guy, Frederick Herren, and he said, "We pretend to be experts all over the world, but the only thing we are researchers."
Yes.
And that's what I use. I talk on employee engagement, and well-being. I know a lot about that topic, but I'm only a researcher because I don't all the finesses what's happening in the UK or South Africa or whatever. So I can research it, and by saying that you're looking into it, people are willing to give you a lot of information up front and say, oh, nice topic.
Yeah.
Did you read this article that's published in our country? And you have collaboration.
I think that's a great example of collaboration. Actually, it's something that I've done for many years, and I always advise people to do, is to talk to somebody in the country you're going to speak in and just say, what's in the news at the moment?
Yep.
You know, what's going on? What's the state of politics? What are the big issues that are going on there? And having that knowledge can make a huge difference when you present, whether it's virtually or in person. It's a fantastic thing to do.
And the good advice is, and I'm doing that the last 5-6 years, always checking with your embassy and the Chamber of Commerce of your country in that country. Because first of all, it will give you gigs, extra gigs, and it will give you the opportunity to have the right connections up front. We did it for New Zealand when the GSS was over there in 2018.
Yes.
We connected the Dutch Chamber of Commerce over there, and the four of us, 4 Dutch people, had 3 or 4 different gigs in the same period that we were in Auckland, just by connecting the Chamber of Commerce. Or go to the embassy and say, hey, I'm visiting your country. This is what I'm going to do. Do you have time to meet with me? I did it in Canada, South Africa. It works all the time.
I do the same thing, Paul. In fact, slightly differently, though. What I do, I contact the embassy or the consulate in wherever I'm going, and I say, would you like me to do a free event on the evening before the day that I'm speaking? And I say, you can invite whoever you want. And what happens is they send out an invite on embassy-headed notepaper. The ambassador invites you to this event. People always turn up, of course, to that. They're going to, they even get wine and cheese as well if they're lucky. And you can speak for 20 minutes, and then you've met maybe 50 different businesses in that particular city. It's a tremendous thing. I don't know.
Absolutely. It really works very well. So it's helpful. And I see a lot of speakers just fly in and go back home.
Crazy.
And do some cultural stuff, but you can build your business there as well, because the embassy and the consulate is there to help you and to support you.
And they will, because you're an exporter. Effectively, you're an exporter of expertise from your own country, and they will love you. And once you get in touch with them, if you find the right person, usually a cultural attaché or somebody like that, they will welcome you in.
Absolutely,
with open
it
arms.
works.
And it's a tremendous opportunity for you to get involved. So there are all those sorts of things. And I think probably the last thing, if we've just got time, I think we're running short of time, but building networks. I think that's the really big thing, isn't it? Building international networks, which we both have and we're part of. But it's what would be your advice to somebody saying if they're new into the profession and they want to build an international network? What would you say to them?
Well, first join, whether as member or as guest, the Virtual Speakers Association meetings every 2 weeks, only 1 hour. You get to know a lot of people there, and go to conventions. It's the classic one. And I went to several of the regional meetings of the PSA UK&I.
Yes, you did.
And I spoke there.
Yeah.
And then you get to know people. So do it in first the surrounding countries. I'm not sure whether the Americans go to Canada anymore, or
I think they probably do. Not just at the moment, probably.
But it's the fun part, and it's a pity that the next GSS is so far away for us in Australia. But I will be there. PSA UK&I, Germany, France. We've been everywhere. Belgium, of course. That's easy for me. It's amazing to go to that conventions. If you can't pay it because it costs you time and money, do 1 or 2 a year. But you will meet so many people.
I think that's good advice. I mean, I think everybody should get to at least one convention outside their own country each year if they can afford it. And if they think they can't afford it, the payback is 10 times what it costs you to go.
Absolutely. And especially if you connect with companies, Chamber of Commerce, that kind of stuff, that they even may be helpful in getting some jobs that you can pay the trip.
Absolutely, that's absolutely right. I mean, another thing that you can do, and I'm glancing up at the clock because I think we're way over time now, but we'll just talk to ourselves. I don't care. We'll keep going for hours if we like.
Yeah.
I think you can run courses. I mean, one thing that I've found very interesting is that you can collaborate with other speakers in other countries and run a course for people across the world. Have you had experience of that?
Yep. I did it once in Cape Town. Yeah.
I'm not sure if you were at the same convention that I was at, but I called in people from 5 different continents to a convention in South Africa. It was a bit nervy because the idea was that we would have a live event and we would have 5 speakers from 5 different continents, all streaming in one after the other. And of course, what I did is the usual insurance policy. I got them all to pre-record it so that we could play it locally if we needed to. And that's always good advice for anybody. Pre-record your event if you can't actually get there. But it worked. It worked quite amazingly. Oh, look, Olga is back. She's come between us, Paul. Look at that.
Yeah, that's the best part.
Oh, Eksteen, you spoiled everything. There were just 3 of us here.
Now we take a picture.
Oh, like exactly. We definitely should please somebody take a picture of this and send it over to us. But yes, back home, we actually believe that you have to make a wish if you're in the middle. So because 2 of you are in the middle between Alan and myself, who are in the bright colors, please make a wish, you, Paul and Eksteen. Paul and Eksteen and Alan, that was just fruitful and truly profound discussion. What you have shared there, I think we need like a 2-day hands-on workshop on that. Just for you to break down information. It's so valuable. Seriously, it's incredibly, incredibly valuable. And both of you, of course, you have a pool of knowledge. And what you have shared there, if somebody is not going away with applying everything they have learned, they are missing out. They're missing out on the decade of their most successful timeline in their life.
And it's fun.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. So thank you so much. We are so grateful. You shared incredible value. And by the way, have you noticed we all have glasses? I'm not going to take off mine. I will keep them forever now. That's it. It's a thing. Apparently it's a thing.
Another thing that you mentioned is with all these conventions, it's not just the conventions that are the ones in Australia or the global speaker ones. There's also the ones that we have in every association every year, or most associations every year. So if you join the Global Speaker Federation, no, you can't as an individual. That is an association that joins the Global Speaker Federation. But when you're part of that family, if you have a membership with your local organization, most other organizations around the world or associations around the world will offer you a significant discount on your membership. And you will also get discounts on things like conventions or get similar pricing to people that come from different countries that are also part of our bigger family. Not only that, in the UK, there's a virtual chapter. In South Africa, there's a virtual chapter. The Virtual Speakers Association is a virtual chapter. You're never far away from STEM education. And in the Netherlands, we launched our Fun Fridays this year, where every once a month, we have a speaker for an hour talking about a topic. And then if you're in Amsterdam, you can come and workshop that topic with us. So we all meet up, have a lovely cup of coffee or tea, whatever is your poison. And afterwards, we'll have a bit of real poison, some form of alcohol or water if you prefer. But anything from a nice glass of wine all the way through to some amazing whiskey. So yes, the whiskey, the beer club and so on is absolutely alive. So one of the other things is, Olga, we are about an hour out before we are done for the day. So there's some interesting things coming up. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, we actually have a few more really awesome speakers. And one of them, I don't even know how can I describe him. And I like how Paul was referring that Chris Davis had said to him that he's using 2,000 words. But English people, they actually have 80,000 words, but most people don't even use those 2,000s because I actually don't have enough vocabulary to describe the person who's actually coming up next on our agenda today, because not only this person is my very dear friend, is somebody who I know I can show up in front of this person without any makeup, hair not being done, or professional both, right? And I know I can trust with my professional stuff and I can trust with my personal stuff. And we both went back and forth, and we had some crazy adventures together. And I'm sure right now, probably some of you are thinking, who is this person? Well, actually, this person was in front of you the entire day. And this person is a global speaker, a leadership consultant, and an author with over 30 years of experience in team development and corporate wellness. Through his organization, Exponentially Me, Eksteen empowers people to embrace their true selves and drive engagement with their organizations. He talks inspires audiences to bring their best selves to any challenge with a focus on connection and conflict resolution. But as a president of PSA Netherlands, speaker fellow of PSA UK and Ireland, global speaker board member and steering committee member, and a treasurer, Eksteen is dedicated helping individuals and teams connect authentically and live with purpose. Please welcome my dear friend Eksteen de Waal to our virtual stage. It's all yours, my friend.
Well, with that introduction, I'm just wondering, do we have time left? You know, thank you so much for that. It's things when you live in the Netherlands, it always it feels a little bit weird when people sort of compliment you, because we in the Netherlands we go, keep your head below sort of the tops of the grain, because otherwise you just might get mown off. So we don't tend to brag. That sounded a little bit like a mouthful to me. One thing I would like to do is I'd like to apologize for some of the people that may not have been able to connect well today. And that is because we're running this today as a pilot. We ran with what the minimum are that we could get together in the time. And I do know that there are some speakers that may have hearing difficulties or challenges and some other needs, and we were not able to cater towards that in this live broadcast. We will, however, take the recordings from this, we will transcribe it, and we will add captions to that, and that will be released over the next week to 2 weeks in different chunks, basically by country or region over the next 2 weeks. So please do come back to the YouTube channel and watch that. If you're not yet a subscriber to the YouTube channel, please just subscribe to the GSF YouTube channel. There's also a podcast where Anthony, Lust, and I talks to different speakers from around the world. And we're probably looking at not just embracing that, but expanding a little bit on that this year. So please stay in touch and please follow so you can see the re-releases of those videos. So after you've introduced me, so what have I got to say? Now, yeah, the drawback with having something to say, wanting to say something is, is the audience actually interested in it? I think something we recently went through here in the Netherlands as well with our new Fun Fridays is we spoke to aspiring speakers, professional aspiring speakers, that what do they know about their audience? And one of the things that's come up in the last 2 months is how do we actually access our audiences? So one of the collaborations we did was in a combination with talking to the Professional Speakers Association of South Africa and the luminaries there, and looking at how do we use consumer market, for example, as a lead into corporate. So how do I get to the CEO, maybe through a consumer market, so that I can actually get to them in a business environment? We brainstorm some ideas around that. And that's part of the stuff that we learn, is figuring things out together, because more than one head always comes up with more than one idea. So when we look at more than one head, what about more than one president? So what I would like to do is I'd like to invite Tom Kameni, which is our southern friend from our Belgian friends down in the south. Oh, and he is wearing something red. Now I feel completely underdressed again. Tom, I would love to welcome you. Tom is from our southern friends, so from Belgium. So we tend to refer to as Benelux, so Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. We need some more friends in Luxembourg. And so we tend to collaborate. Last year, December, we did some interesting things. There was a specifically Dutch-speaking event that was organized by Nienke Bloem. And then a few days after that, we had an event up here in a theater that we rent from an amazing church hall that's a brutalist church. So very interesting architecture as well. And after that, we had a lovely dinner and just connected. And so I would love to welcome Tom to the stage. Tom, tell us a little bit more about Belgium and what you guys are getting up to there.
Well, Eksteen, thank you for giving me the stage. It's lovely to see this program already all day. Fantastic speakers, most interesting lessons learned. And that's exactly what we're with PSA Belgium providing for our members, you know. My personal motto is always be better, be different, and be faster. You know, you got to be before you can do, and you got to do before you can have. You can tell I'm a Ziegler pupil from a long time ago. And that's what we're in Belgium trying to provide for our speakers, but that's also what our speakers are providing to the stage, you know. For example, let me give some examples. We have, you know her very well now. We have Veerle van Aken. She's one of our members, and she's not just a great speaker, but she's a lady who knows everything about social media, you know, and she doesn't just talk about it, but if you ask her, she helps you and she does it swiftly, and she's a wonderful person. We have Erik Bowling. You probably know him too, Master Voice. He's not just speaking, he's been speaking recently in Barcelona about everything about simultaneous translation. He has a company that can provide you in your event with simultaneous translation with over 20 languages as a speaker. I remember back in the year 2001 in Düsseldorf, my mentor Zig Ziglar came speaking there for the Nikken organization for a crowd of 25,000 people. And they had that simultaneous translation there, and that was an amazing event. It helps so much. But we have Lynda Minke, who's an expert on everything with VR glasses. So as a speaker, you go to her, you wear VR glasses, you can see a virtual audience, and you have AI helping you to conduct yourself on stage. It's amazing. We have people like Anita Dirks, who's a person extremely expert in innovation, and she helps companies. And it's awesome when you listen to all her ideas about innovation. And I can go on and go on about Christoph Donink and everybody else. And we bring those people together once a month in a meeting, and we provide each month a new speaker about something that's interesting for those speakers. And next to that, of course, we guide them to VSAI. Well, the Virtual Speaking Association International that we're a proud member of course. And that brings us in contact with GSF, who's organizing with you this wonderful event.
Well, and that's a great thing about this. I met Veerle last year, December. I said, Veerle, can you help me with some of the stuff for the GSF? And she stepped up over the last 2 weeks because we were, I mean, you're always running short of hands. And Veerle just stepped up. Amazing, amazing person. So glad I've met her. She's made my life a lot easier.
Yeah, I can imagine. And that's the power of an organization like the PSA, GSF, VSAI. We're all speakers. We're all there to help each other. I know that many of our speakers, many of our members have gotten gigs or whatever you call them, have gotten on stage because of references. That's how it works, you know. You're on the same stage with another awesome speaker, and you know when somebody asks you a reference for next time, you can give them a reference without being afraid they will screw it up, you know. That's how
I think
it
that's
goes.
one thing about professional speakers is slightly different. I think people don't always, why do we need a professional speaker? Why do we need a professional's body like we do? I think part of it is that when you hand it over to a professional speaker, you know you're in safe hands.
Exactly.
you see stuff go wrong all the time. You know, you have to be able to present without slides. If the slides are not flicking over correctly, you just keep going. You know, you take the audience with you. You're there to make sure that they not just listen, but that they can also take that information with them further on and deliver value within the organizations. I think the great thing about professional speaking is that we get to learn all these tips. We get to make all the mistakes and have somebody there to help us up. And over time, we become better and better and better. And by the time we get hired in for larger gigs, we know that that person's going to deliver, because that's what we've taught that person or what we've shared with each other and helped each other with.
Yeah, you know, it's building on the expertise. Most speakers are experts in the topics they're speaking about. They have an incredible background. And then they build on it by growing themselves, by being better, by speaking more. They become professional speakers. So they combine the expertise with the power of the word to explain that expertise. And that's what makes it so powerful, you know. It's not about being an act, you know. It's not about a performance on stage that you have learned your lesson inside out and that you bring for an hour on stage. That's what I learned from my mentor, Zig Ziglar. He says, I remember him in Düsseldorf, that talk was 3.5 hours. He asked me, Tom, how many times do you think I've delivered this talk? I don't know. I said a couple of 100 times. He said, this talk I have delivered over 1,000 times. And I have prepared for this talk of 3.5 hours, a full week dedicated for this organization. I prepared myself. And that's the key to success: preparation, and making sure that you deliver the highest value in the time slot you get as a speaker. And I always remember that. And another thing I remember this, it's not just about being better and being different. It's also being fast. In these fast changing worlds, as business entrepreneurs, but also as speakers, we have to be fast enough, because you can be on the right track, but if you're not fast enough, you still get run over by a train that's hitting you from behind, you know. We have to adapt to the change. It's a bit like with the profession of Veerle, for example. LinkedIn algorithms change every month, you know. If you don't keep up with the pace, you're left behind. But you also see it in automotive. Look at what happened with Volkswagen. Look at what happened with Tesla. How fast it can go. 2 months ago, Tesla was the brand. Now Tesla is the brand. You know, It can go fast.
I think that's true for us in this. In talking about world politics and geopolitics and stuff, we're heading for quite a few freight trains, it seems.
Oh yes,
there's quite a few coming at us. Understanding how we can make our businesses resilient, how we can improve our ability to deliver. I think one of the things in that, for me, that's key is we're not just the researchers, as Paul said. You know, we're constantly reading up about stuff. We're spending more time most often than other people spend on the topic, unless they have made it their occupation to research it. But what we bring is a different perspective. We start bringing research together. We're not just specialized in one aspect. We try and bring the insights, and from those insights, providing this new perspective to business leaders, help them to look at the problems that they have in a different way, and based on that, they can make the changes that are necessary. Also, for people in their personal lives, bringing that different perspective is often the first step for them to affect the change, seeing the world in a slightly different way. Because if we're stuck in our ideologies and our belief systems, not just about the world, but also about ourselves, we're stuck and we cannot really change. And once we find those things, you know, like Lynda said earlier today, you know, finding those different perspectives, being able to take for that neuropsychological approach and thinking about how can we make things change. I think that's also important.
Yeah. And also, indeed, as you say, looking, and that's the benefit of traveling a lot. Most of our people here in the association love traveling. We've heard it all day. Go here, come there, you're welcome. We all love traveling. The good thing about traveling is you learn different cultures and you learn to see the different perspectives. Somebody who hasn't traveled outside their village doesn't have that perspective, that we as speakers and travelers have.
Well, talking about travel, we can't travel back in time. And I realize we've gone a little bit over our time. So my apologies to Boris, has been waiting in the wings for us. So let's welcome Boris.
Yep.
Hi, Boris.
Hello.
So I invited Boris today to come and talk to us because I thought, what better thing to finish off with than to think about memory, to think about the things that we remember. If we want to remember today, if we remember all those amazing things that we've learned today, if we want to think about how can we take this further into the future, so we're constantly reminded of those amazing things, well, then the only person I can have here is Boris, because he knows how the brain remembers stuff. He competes on this, people. So without any further ado, I think Tom and I are going to leave you, Boris, and we're going to sit there spellbound listening to you.
Well, thank you very much. So it's my honor to present for you today a little bit about our memory. And I think it's really important to see that your brain is something really fascinating, and most people don't spend enough time thinking about it. Today is actually also not just the International Speakers Day. Congratulations to all speakers, but it's still Brain Awareness Week. And just earlier today, I spoke in Nijmegen here in the Netherlands at a brain museum at an event celebrating Brain Awareness Month. So it's my pleasure to also make speakers aware of your brain and brain science. Many people know there are different parts of your brain doing different things. Many speakers use this model for your brain and speak about two halves of your brain. It's true, we have two halves of our brain. It's not really true that one half is logical and one is creative. So please scratch that out if you still mention that. But it is true that it's really valuable to make connections within your brain. And when I speak on memory and give memory demos at my speaking events, like I love to go to the hallway before I'm on stage, meet people, they tell me their names, they forget my name within a minute or two, as mostly people do. But when I'm on stage, I ask everyone to get up who told me their name earlier during the day. And then I'll remember them from memory. Not to impress, to show off, because I think I'm amazing. To the contrary, to show them what's possible. Because my brain doesn't work any different than yours or that of any other person in the world. There's just very specific ways you can use your brain to make most of it. And I just want to do a very little demo with you. Not a demo, maybe a training even, that you can realize how amazing your brain is. And for that, I need you not just to listen, but to join in. Because what I want you to do is, now follow with me, we want to memorize a list of 10 locations along the human body. And I have to start somewhere, so I start at the feet. I'm sitting now, but you can imagine walking. The feet are the first location. The next location is your knees. The knees are number 2. Then we go up the thighs, the upper leg, that's number 3. Your backside, your belly, that's number 4. If you take your hand, it has 5 fingers, and put it on your belly, you can remember the 5th location, that's your belly. So 1 was feet, 2 is knee, 3 is thigh, 4 is backside, 5 is your belly. 6 is chest, 7 is shoulders, 8 is throat, 9 is mouth, and 10 are the eyes. 5 was your belly, 6 is your chest, 7 are your shoulders, 8 is throat, 9 is mouth, 10 are the eyes. And now it's your turn. Try to remember it. Number 1, down there. Really do it. Feet, awesome. Then we had the knees. We have side. We have backside. Number 5, belly. 6 is your chest. 7 shoulders. And 10. Awesome. Good job. So I hope and I assume that was pretty easy. And sadly, it's not like you went to the gym and now you trained your brain really well. No, what you did now is you built a tool for a really amazing memory performance. Let me show you how. Because this exact tool you can use for the next speech you want to prepare and remember all the items to say. For the next event where you have to greet 10 honorary people and remember their names for the next convention you attend. And as all the speakers before me, I love attending conventions all around the world, so I can only join them in saying do so. But you will hear so many tips, and it's hard to keep all the notes. Keep them in your brain with this tool. But how? It's all about thinking in images, making up experiences in your mind. So let's start back at the feet. I want you to remember 2 words, moss and an animal, a cow. So now you have to come up with something in your head, something weird, something funny, something imaginative. See your feet walking over moss. Maybe you took your shoes off and bare feet, you're walking over moss, until suddenly there's a cow standing in your way. If you're invited to speak on the stage and it's all covered in moss, you will never forget that event again, and even less so if a cow is standing there with you. Don't know which country that might be. No prejudices here. So on your knees, suddenly you feel a weight on your knees because someone sat down on your knees, and not just someone, King Charles. Greeting to PSA UK&I. King Charles joined us today, and he's sitting on your lap right now. That's totally ludicrous. You're right. But you can imagine it. If you ever get to speak at an event where King Charles is present, you will never forget it again, right? So imagine him being present right now, sitting on your lap. And he's not just sitting there, he's ringing a bell. He's making some noise with a bell. And you can imagine the sound as well. See King Charles on your lap ringing a bell. No time to wonder what's happening because you feel your upper leg is getting really warm, really hot. You're wondering why. And you see in your pocket, there's a light bulb in there, a light bulb. It's on. That's why it was so hot. It's on. It's really hot. And you still wonder, how? There's no electricity, no socket here. But while you're still looking at the light bulb being on, a bull comes running towards you and eats the light bulb. You see, I react to it. If you imagine it strong enough that you move back, that was a good image. The light bulb is eaten by the bull who puts it into his mouth. So maybe we go to the backside. Please imagine you just got up in the morning. You're a little tired, maybe even a bit hangover, all the whiskey and beer clubs you heard about. You go into the bathroom. On the mirror, you see on your backside, there's a freshly made tattoo. Not again. But it's even worse. At close inspection, you see on one side of your backside of the tattoo, you see Peter Pan. On the other side, a hamburger, a burger. Peter Pan and a burger. If you squeeze your belly a bit, the tattoo changes into Peter Pan eating the burger. And by now you have an image in your head which you will never forget again. I'm sorry. Let's review. At the feet, we were walking over moss. Yes, and there was an animal, a cow standing there. Who is sitting on your knees? King Charles, ringing a bell. Your upper leg, your thigh is getting really warm because there's something in your pocket. It's a light bulb. Who comes and eats it? It's a bull. And then at the backside, we have the tattoo of Peter Pan eating the burger. I'll talk about eating, maybe get a bit hungry. My belly, the fifth location, starts making some noise. But it's not my belly. In front of me, there's a bear, a strong bear. He is hungry, so he takes his hand, his paw, and tries to hit me. But I can move back, he only scratches me. I scratch a line across the belly remains for bear and line. But if you now look down at your chest, really look down at your chest, do it. You feel something hitting you because lots of feet are hitting you. Someone is mad riding a tiny horse around your chest. A mad rider on a tiny horse is running around your chest. And at your shoulder, someone taps you at your shoulder. You turn your head, it's another honorary guest. After the king, we have the Pope visiting us, the Pope. And he brought some pizza. Time to round it up. Pope for pizza. At the throat, you feel someone tickling you, not just with his fingers, but with some keys. Someone's tickling you with a key. And who does that? It's a chef. A chef, maybe of a lovely restaurant, who wants to raise your appetite so you can buy more expensive food. Next location was your mouth. Maybe you think of a kiss, because the word is love. And this kiss is not just somewhere. You're kissing the person you love most at the Eiffel Tower, maybe on top of the Eiffel Tower. You close your eyes, enjoy the moment. You forget everything around you. So lovely. But when you open your eyes, you see a book flying towards you, a book. And you get really angry, you shout, arrest this person. Arrest the person who threw the book at me. It was so dangerous, it was not okay. So at the belly, we had the hand, and someone was hitting you. No, not someone, a bear. A bear was trying to hit you, and to scratch, a line remains. And at your chest, you feel the feet of the horse, of the mad rider riding the horse. At your shoulder, someone was tapping it, the Pope. And he brought some pizza. At the throat, you feel the tickling of the key. And who tickles you? The chef, a chef of a nice restaurant. And with the mouth, you think of a kiss, but the word was love and Eiffel Tower. But when I open the eyes, I see a book flying towards me and I shout, arrest this person who threw it. What the heck did we just do? We made up some images in our heads, which hopefully activated different memory systems that normally would not get active. And we built a memory tool, because now you can use your buddy list to retrieve all of this information. Let's see if that works. But let's not just collect those words, because congratulations, you just memorized the list of the 10 biggest cities in Europe in order by number of inhabitants. We have associations all around the world, but also many in Europe, and let's see if you can remember those cities. And maybe it's also your target list for your next speaking engagements or for the conventions to attend. Because if you go back to the feet, what happened at the feet? You're working over moss, and there was an animal, a cow. Moss, cow. Good job, that's number one on the list. But who was sitting on your knees? King Charles, and he had the bell. The biggest bell in the world is Big Ben. King Charles, Big Ben, what do you think of? London, sure. It can get more weird. Let's see, at the upper leg, we had the light bulb. Dutch people tend to say Eindhoven because it's associated with bulbs, but it's not it. No, it's not number 3 in Europe. But light bulb, it's on. I said the light bulb, it's on, and then the bull comes and eats it. It's on, bull. Istanbul is number 3 on your list if you only count the European part. And yes, if you say, that reaction, I get it. But it just shows you how your brain works. And the rest is really easy. If you go to the backside, we had the tattoos. It was Peter and Burger, St. Petersburg. At the belly, we had bear, lion, you guessed it, Berlin. Mad, rider, Madrid. Who taps you on your shoulder? The Pope, he lives in Vatican, but that's part of Rome. Key, chef, that's Kiev. That's Kiev, very good. Mouse, love, Eiffel Tower. Greetings to the French Association. I got to speak in France earlier this year, Paris. And I open the eyes to see a book. I shout, arrest this person, Bucharest. And just by that, you memorize the 10 biggest cities of Europe in correct order by number of inhabitants. I admit I didn't update the list in the last few months with too many things happening in the world. We didn't want to get too political. I don't want to update it all the time, and I will not take Kiev out right now. But hopefully you got that list now in your mind. And hopefully this made you amazed, not by my memory. I have memory records, but I have the same brain you do. So be amazed what your brain can do. And use this tool to remember speeches, names, information, and make the most use of your amazing brain. And when you cover the brain and similar topics, inform yourself a bit. We talked about research today, and always cringe a bit when people say things about the brains that are not true, like your left brain is logic, the right brain is creative. No, we don't need to go to these false narratives. There are so many amazing true things to talk about when we speak about the brain, and it's an amazing tool you should make use of. So thank you so much for having me today. Eksteen, I hope you're back, and I wonder if you could remember anything from my talk.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I know there's a tattoo on my back, which I didn't know existed.
Go check it.
Okay, I have a question. Be honest. Did you memorize all of that, or were you reading? And I want a brutally honest answer here.
I didn't read anything. I memorized that, but it's not the first time I gave the talk. And for whatever reason, the screenshot didn't work. So I hope you could follow, because I love to put the words on the screen for people to read along. But I didn't read anything of myself because I panicked when I clicked screen share because I had given Google the permission, but now it said I don't have permission. I'm like, you do me, as you said, actually, as a professional, well, no slides, you just go on. So I hope that still traveled across.
The first time that threw me, did not having slides, but having a TED talk, and somebody had bumped the speakers. So they started interacting with the microphone, which then the clicker didn't work. And it was just like, everything going wrong at the same time. And it's like Tim Gard once said, he stepped on a step on stage, and he fell off, and people go like, oof, and it just sort of this deathly silence. And he said, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be taking questions from the floor. Just lightening things up a little bit. And I think that is also what you've just said. So many times that you repeat something, every time there's a little new nuance you add to it, or a little tweak that you add to it. And this memorization techniques, I love them. The first time I ran into them was when I just went to university, and learning things from like stacking stuff and rhyme combinations and Roman rooms, so remembering your room and then putting stuff in there. And it got quite funny when sort of mother-in-law is hanging from the ceiling. It's you can make really absurd things to remember things better with.
Yeah,
and
it's really fun. As I said, I did this demo with names. So just a brief glimpse how you do it with names. It's very similar to what I just did with the cities. But if people want to remember my name, I could say Singapore Boris, For many, since I'm German, even though I'm also a member of PSANL and also of VSAI and also of the NSA in the States, I'm German, as you can hear. You might think of Boris Becker. But if you don't know Boris Becker, you might think of Boris Johnson. It doesn't get better for me. It's still someone, it has to affiliate with your own prior knowledge. So when I go out and remember names of people in the audience, and they come to me afterwards and ask me, how did you remember my name? 90% of the time, I'm honest.
Well, I can say one thing. I remember your name because of Boris Godunov, which is a slightly different Boris.
Yeah, there you go. There are enough choices.
Brilliant. I don't want to even imagine how expansive your memory is. Like, how many terabytes, how many gigabytes are there? Like, if average person probably would have 2 gigabytes, I'm just saying, just making up numbers. You probably have like 100 too.
I would say we all have. It's just the way we use it. Because our memory, let's say, for experiences, all the amazing cities we traveled to, like when Paul and Alan talked about going to Iran, of course, it brings up my memories when I spoke at the memory conference in Iran, in Tehran, like 10 years ago. And we all have those memories. No one struggles with those. But we don't make use of this amazing capacity when we have facts, figures, when we research information, when we remember names, but we could. So I have the same capacity we all do. I just open some folders, most people don't. And I think that's very worthwhile to explore for everyone.
True. Very true.
We
well,
need,
thank you
we
so
need
much.
to inject some of that for us, sort of, I don't know how else to get that
Absolutely.
like a lifeline, for us as we're getting older, remember more.
What
was that cousin's name again?
Exactly. Yeah. As all speakers, I'm happy to share. So if you need any advice, just let me know. And they're great tools. We just discovered a very brief one. And as I said, it's even Brain Awareness Week today. So might be good thing to remember to train your brain occasionally, and not just your digital tools and not just your body, but also your brain.
I think some of our PSA friends in South Africa might be listening. Good idea maybe to collaborate between Europe and Africa in setting up a session around that. Well, anybody in South Africa hearing me? This is Boris just offered. He just offered. Okay, it's not me offering. Okay.
Yes, and also as we had about all the opportunities to join in, I'm also happy together with Laura Baxter, whom I've seen in the chat all day long. We also have GSA also has an international pack, a group of international speaking people, and we also invite international guests to our online meeting. And so I'm really happy about all our international friends offering their time for us. Of course, I'm also happy to do the same for other associations.
Well, I heard that there's a PEG event on Monday. Is that right?
It's true. On Monday, we have the very amazing Pat Dreyer from the United States, who is speaking about comedy. And we will surprise him with some German comedy, where some people might say, I see in your faces now, is that a saying that exists? So we will see how an improv expert will react to German comedy. And then he will share us his advice on how to really be funny. And everyone is you're all invited.
So it's not just in the PSAs themselves, it's also these association groups and chairs and themes and stuff that we run that I think is always nice to tap into, get so much more information than you might have thought possible. So, but I think I would like to wrap up for that. So first thing I want to ask you, Boris, is what do you remember of the day?
I mostly remember being a member for many, many years, so many friends where I say, oh, I really have to reach out to and reconnect. I'll keep connected. So that's the most important thing. And the second most important thing is that all the time I was nodding and saying yes when people talked about international collaboration. Yes, we are mostly members of maybe a chapter or a national organization, and most people stay also with their business in their country. But in my life, I'm, as many people mentioned today, very much enjoying cooperation, learning from other cultures, traveling internationally. I've spoken in 7 countries this year so far. I'm speaking in Doha for the first time later this year, and in Malaysia, and I just love that. And it's not maybe you're saying to do that internationally, it's totally fine, but make use of these international connections this speaker world offers, because I learned so much from people all around the world, and that's what I heard today and remember the most, because it's very true in my heart.
I think that all of us, whenever we're traveling, you tend to connect to the association locally, and you just go like, you know what, should I come and say hi? You know, and usually they welcome you with open arms. I know in South Africa, you can't go to any of the cities without at least having one beer. You know, if it's not a castle, it's a black label. And if it's not one of that, it's some sort of micro brewery that somebody's come up with. You know, we've even got a point where we say every man has his castle, referring to a beer. So it is cultural differences, you know. And in the Netherlands, we think we know everything about beer, and then we go across the border, and the Belgians go like, no, you know nothing, you know. And then we get to Oktoberfest, and people go like, nah, you want to know how much beer we like? Come and look with us, you know. So thank you so much, Boris. Really appreciate you being here today, and looking forward to seeing you at our next event. And ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the day. There was an interesting question that came up though. Doing business in different countries. Now, one of the things we just have to be a little bit careful with is when you go and work in a different country, you also have to make sure that you have a work permit or find a structure on how to do that. So, for example, I have my own company, and based on my own company, my company rents me out. So basically the company gets rented and I go and deliver. Depending on which country it is and what is allowed, we limit ourselves to that. But if you want to know a little bit more about doing business internationally, maybe we should set up a specific call for that and bring people around from all around Europe and Africa, and maybe in the US and APAC as well. Because I mean, APSS has got their convention coming up, and I know there's some friends of mine traveling from South Africa to go and speak there. So whenever there's an opportunity, we can go speak in any country in the world that has an association. Or if you're traveling for something else, go and give back a little bit. Share with people what you've learned, and you may just learn something new as well. What do you think, Olga?
I think you're spot on, Eksteen, as always. Of course you are. Because it's true, if you're traveling somewhere, why not to make most of it? I am a big fan of combining 2 things together because it's more efficient. If you're traveling already for work or even pleasure, just reach out to local embassies of your country, reach out to the chambers, reach out to other organizations who are matching your ideal client, and just tell them, hey, I'm going to be in the area already. So I would actually go beyond association. To reach association, that's like a mast. Under my new role right now as director of all regions, I'm going across all regions right now. And of course, I'm also combining my things. I'm seeing my clients, I'm doing more workshops, I'm doing more things, because I do like to make it more useful. I do want to make more impact. So just think about it, by making a phone call, by reaching out, even just in the WhatsApp groups. I mean, we have so many WhatsApp groups for different associations. It's a matter of just asking who is in that city, who is in there, or Facebook groups. But without your proactivity, you're not going to be more visible. And actually, whether we like it or not, whether it's right or wrong, but visibility creates credibility. And credibility will lead to bookability. But if you're not visible, if you're not seen, if people don't know what to talk about, how do you expect to be booked? So yes, Eksteen, absolutely. Yes, yes, and once more, yes. Go to the associations, but also go beyond that. Expand your network.
I'd also like just to do a shout out to Radislav, who is running the association in Eastern Europe. And he unfortunately couldn't join us today. But Radislav, wherever you are, we're missing you, buddy. And we hope to see you next time. Then the one thing I can tell you is do not go to a country for a convention when you can also have a holiday at the same time. Because what we notice is Bali had a lot of people saying, maybe I don't want to come back. It's just too much fun staying there. Does that sound familiar, Olga?
Well, I must tell you, Eksteen, that since that conference in September last year, I'm actually now organizing the regular retreats because I just fall in love with that place. I always wanted to go to Bali. So as soon as VSI announced we're going to have a conference in Bali, I was like, I don't care. I don't care when, I don't care how much, I don't care how many days. I heard Bali and I booked my ticket in one breath, just right there. And on a serious note, I definitely enjoyed that. And I spent 32 days in Bali. I enjoyed it thoroughly. And I highly recommend, first of all, as Eksteen says, go to the conferences, go to the conventions, and take extra time after that. Why? Because you will need some time to digest information. You will need some time to follow up on those exchange business cards, on those phone calls, on those emails. You will need some time to implement everything you have learned. So as a rule of thumb, just think about it. 4 days at the conference, take extra 4 days, 1 day for each. Why not? And if it happens to be in the beautiful Bali, that's amazing. But if it happens just next year in Kurds, that's even better because you can also go diving there. Why not? But yes, I'm actually going to Bali literally, well, in about 3 weeks' time because last 2 weeks of April when I do my 2 retreats there. Yeah.
I wish I could be going with you. But I think on that amazing note, we should maybe close it off so that people can go on the weekend and go integrate and go listen, think about this afternoon and four half days. So that's precisely a weekend. Write it all down. Think about how you're going to change your business. Think about collaboration. Think about how you're going to reach out to others. And if you know nobody else, you can find me or you can find Olga. We're all on LinkedIn or all over Google. Just Google us and we'll introduce you to whomever you need to make your speaker journey a success, or at least take the next big step.
Absolutely. And on this note, I would like to say congratulations to everybody who made it until the very end of this event today. Thank you so much for staying with us for the entire day, for your patience, for your time investment, for your contribution of your energy to this event. And those who are watching replay, thank you so much once more. And everybody who's watching this, clearly you are the change maker. So go out there and share your beautiful energy with the world because the world needs to see your greatness. Thank you. And thank you, Eksteen, and your amazing, incredible team who were behind the scenes, multitasking, looking like octopus, having all those extra arms. I don't know how they managed to do that. But seriously, thank you so much for your great contribution today, because without you, this would not happen. I'm not techie, so I was just there sitting back and just enjoying the event. But other people, they were sweating. So thank you so much, and big round of applause to you, all those who are working behind the scenes on setting up this event. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to say a big thank you to Ron Sang, who has been leading the Professional Speaker Celebration Day events from the GSF side, to the regional champions that have been involved in helping everybody coordinate in the different regions. And also, I would like to thank Philippe for organizing some of the social media behind the scenes, Wendy and her team with Jason that's been on the social media for most platforms, and then also to Dermot, my producer. Buddy, without you, none of this would be possible. And I know you've got the patience of a saint. So thank you for putting up with all of this stuff today. And with that, to everybody, a fantastic professional speaker celebration day and an amazing year ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and see you next year.